your risk and then know what will work for you, and then be able to bounce back as soon as possible when you face the some of these situations.
Great. Beautiful. Thanks.
Only one thing. On and then want to be there for our own data.
Okay. Thanks. Anyone else?
With the data, something to do, but it's not something that we can do. It's out of the system. We have to create awareness on how to handle it and then derive the positive aspect of it. You made mention of the fact that we cannot take them accountable separately, and then we cannot rely on them for certain issues.
Great, thanks. Any other one? Another question, I was going to ask that. Is it okay if I say protecting my space? So I put it on the budget, and probably my friend, I'm not even sure how do you manage that piece? Is it okay? That's my question. Is it okay? So let's say,
all right, good morning, welcome everyone. Today, GhanaSIG Session we are live in GhanaSIG on YouTube and we're going live. We did welcome for it and everything is there. Thank you very much and have a wonderful session today. Bye.
Great. So, good morning once again, and welcome to day 3. As we just been introduced, today we are starting the day with the presentation that to some may be controversial, but to some is very gender balance in internet governance. And to help us do that, we have Madam Maureen Hilliard. She's joining us all the way from Australia. So we are privileged to have her. So Maureen, if you are with us, I'm just going to give a brief of your profile and then you can pick it up. So Maureen is a development consultant in the Cook Islands and the Pacific, who works primarily in the area of gender and environmental safeguards. She's a digital transformation strategy coordinator for the ICT unit of the Office of the Prime Minister of Cook Islands in collaboration with the UN. And is also a gender and safeguard specialist for an Asian Development Bank civil works project that is enhancing Ministry of Health and Rarotonga Airport Authority facilities to support post-COVID tourism population. Is also currently involved in a climate change evaluation program in collaboration with the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. She's in her 10th year on the ALAC and was the ALAC liaison to the CTNSO from 2013 to 2017. She was ALAC Vice Chair in 2018 and Chair from 2019 to 2022. Following the 2023 AGM in October, she will take on a new role as the ALAC delegate on the ICANN non-com, representing the Asian Australian and Pacific Islands Regional under organization as we know as Accra. She's the director on the board of Dot Asia and was the first elected chair for the board after working with another board member who was the interim chair. As reconstructed board operation management, she is the former chair of the board of directors of the Pacific Island chapter of the Internet Society, and has always been a member of the Internet Society since 2006. She was a member of the Pacific Interest Registry Advisory Council from 2016 to 2021 and transferred to the PNS Abuse Institute Advisory Council from 2021, completing her term in May 2023. She's a member of the multi-stakeholder steering group of the Asian Pacific Regional IDF and the first ever MSG committee since attending her first APRI IDF in Tokyo 2024. Maureen has a Bachelor of Business, postgraduate degree in Business Administration, Master of Management from Marseille University in New Zealand. Wow. Wow, I don't know what you think. I don't know what you are feeling, but I think we don't have any other person better to take us through this. So Maureen, please, you're welcome to join us today in Accra. We are happy to have you. We are proud of what you have done. And then I think we are in a better position to receive from you. We will take as much as we can, and then we'll learn from you as well. Thank you so much for all the leadership that you have provided in the fraternity. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Maureen.
Well, thank you. So I hope you can hear me okay. I'm sort of, I've only just sort of like switched on my computer. So just let me know if it's okay. Sound okay?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Can I have my presentation up, please? Just somebody got that?
Hello, Maureen, you can share your screen. If you have it on your screen, you can share.
If you can, if you can just put the presentation up, I'll just go through it. I know that on the very first slide, of course, was just a little bit about me, and I think that you've heard that already, so I won't have to go through it. But the presentation, I hope, is available to you. It will be available to you if you're interested in sort of like in the presentation that I'm going to give, and you will all be able to get a copy of it. So I was just wondering who might have that presentation. Does anybody know?
Give us a few minutes, we'll put it out to you.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, I guess I can, well, that's coming up. One of the things I think is, well, all that stuff you've just heard about, so I don't have to go through that again. But I think one of the really important things that in my life, and I think that one of the things that I want to do in this particular presentation is to sort of like look at it from the viewpoint of, it probably sounds impressive, all the different things that I've done, but this has actually been a process, and I think that for any person who's actually sort of like interested in internet governance, there are ways and means of becoming more involved. And I'm, like, although we're actually looking at female engagement in this particular session, I think that internet governance is for everyone, just as the internet is for everyone. And so there's opportunities for the girls as well, and boys as well. But I think that when it all boils down to sort of like, why would I have become so involved in so many different things, is I think that the fact that I was actually brought up in New Zealand. I think when an opportunity, like in New Zealand, growing up in New Zealand makes it very has opened up the opportunities for girls as well as for to excel in whatever they wanted to. And I don't know if you've heard much about New Zealand, but people excel, both men and women, in sports, education. We've had some amazing people, within this. And I think that what is so important, as it is in Africa, is the fact that I was brought up in a multicultural society where people are accepted for who they are, and they're actually encouraged to develop the skills and knowledge and expertise to aspire to be whatever they want to be. And I think that's something that we do from, when I was a school teacher earlier, so I was very much into supporting the development of both girls and boys in my classes. But New Zealand was the first country in the world to give women the vote. I mean, that was also something that's quite significant. And we've had 3 women prime ministers, and so gender equity is encouraged even in the business sector, where women are starting to break the glass ceiling, as we call it, and they're bringing their own strengths to leadership roles in all areas of life. And, I considered it a real honour, just as it is a real honour to be here presenting to you today, but it was a real honour to sort of like be able to lead the ALAC. And it's not as if I've got any particular sort of like expertise in the domain name industry, but I think that, as you will have heard, my training and degrees are related to business development, organizational development, and organizational management. And I think that those are the sorts of skills that I have actually brought to the ALAC and to at large. And I think that what is particularly of importance is that, everyone's got their own special talents. Whether you're a woman or a man, you actually have your own special talents which you bring to whatever whatever we're going to be working on. So if we can just go back to that, the former slide, it was just to the second slide before this. I just wanted to sort of like to demonstrate that, women make up half the population of the world, and their voice in all areas of daily life is important. And you can see here, women are, play an important role in the families. So they already have an important place in sort of like making sure that their families are well cared for and looked after. They have an important primary caregivers role for families. And so they're generally the lead organisers of family life. And I mean, when it comes to organising sort of something like the ALAC, it is like organising your family, because this is the sort of thing that is important for the chair to do. It's just organising people. But one of the things that's really important is that for women in the family role, is that their responsibility is to meet the realities and challenges of the world around them, so that they can cope with with lots of different situations. And this is just a given for us as women. And we know that how important it is to actually have the support of husbands and friends and that sort of thing. But at the same time, there is still a very strong a strong responsibility that women have within the family, and within that family context, this is where women sort of like can develop those skills, which can become very, very important in other areas of their lives. And I think that this is one of the sorts of things that, like, and this presentation is very much about my own experiences, but I have 2 children. I sort of like brought them up, and then I ended up sort of like bringing them up by myself. But at the same time, I was actually within a teaching career, and so like there were other responsibilities that I had to take on to sort of like to care for my family. So these are the sorts of things that you actually, as you go through these life experiences, you develop new skills and new talents and new perspectives on what it is that that you want to sort of like give your opinion on sort of later on in life. So if I can have the next slide, please. So that when it actually sort of like comes to internet governance and the sort of things about talking about the internet, and here I've got photos that are actually sort of like taken from ICANN meetings, because they're my most recent ones. But when it comes to internet governance, it's important that we as women are informed not only about these realities and challenges, but how they impact us within at the information society that we're all living in today. And women bring diverse perspectives on these realities and challenges and how they impact our daily lives, because they experience. So that is, I think that, like when we actually have, and I know I see Raymond is in there, and he will agree with me that when we're actually looking at men's views versus women's views, they're different. But that's only because their life experiences are different. And it's very important, vitally important, that both of those contributions are part and parcel of the discussions. It can't just all be about one. It can't all be about women providing that. We've got to actually have that balance. And I think that that's the important thing that we've actually sort of like, although I've only sort of like got photos of the women actually presenting, there are just as many photos that I could have actually had up there of the guys presenting as well. But I found these photos are really sort of like inspiring, because especially as we've got young people who are actually bringing their voices into those conversations, which is really, really important. But attending these internet governance meetings, although it's ICANN, ICANN is still looking at ways in which we actually manage the internet. So which is what internet governance is all about. But attending internet governance meetings either in person or remotely, as we're doing now, I'm quite happy to be presenting this at nearly midnight from Rarotonga in the middle of the Pacific. But it offers lots of opportunities, not only to learn about what internet governance means and what it entails, but it actually sort of like gets you to meet the most amazing people. If there's something that's really probably engaged me more with ICANN and has been the amazing people that I've met, and through other opportunities, the amazing people that I've met from the African region as well. I mean, it's, like I feel very honoured. I feel very honoured that you've asked me to present to you today, and I'm sort of like, I'm not quite sure if you were able to sort of like get in touch with Fatimata, but I just wanted to sort of like say too that she's one of the most amazing people that I've actually come into contact with during my time in ICANN. A very inspiring woman, and so I think you're very lucky with the wonderful people that you actually have within your region. But if I can have the next slide, I want to actually sort of just sort of like relay to you how I became involved in internet governance, and it was sort of like quite quite accidental, really. I actually moved to the Cook Islands. This one. I actually moved to the Cook Islands in 2004 to work for the Ministry of Education as their distance learning advisor. And that's 2004. And in 2006, our Prime Minister, his office received an invitation to send 3 women from the Cook Islands to Samoa, which is another island in the Pacific, to attend a Pacific INET conference, which was being organised by the Pacific Islands chapter of the Internet Society, which was mentioned earlier. And so I was the distance learning advisor. Beside me, it was Alexis Wolfram, who's from Tonga, but she was working with us in the Ministry of Education as a policy analyst. And there was Mary McDonald, who actually worked for the Disability Centre on Rarotonga. So, we were actually invited to attend this. And at that particular point in time, I'd never even heard of the Internet Society. So we went along and sort of like, thought that we'd find out what it was about and how it might help us with our work. And so we went along, and while we were there, I'll have the next slide. It was our great fortune to meet Vint Cerf. Now, I don't know if you actually, surely you will have heard of Vint Cerf, because he's considered one of the fathers of the internet, and at the time he was an evangelist for Google, and I think he still actually sort of like does do some work for Google anyway. But he had actually sponsored our attendance to this event. We didn't know that until we arrived. And so we sat with him at dinner, and that was, again, another big honour for us. But he spent most of his time persuading us that we should join the Internet Society. And although my colleagues didn't follow up on that membership, I did. But Vint was able to convince me that the Pacific Islands chapter needed more members, but in fact they needed more women in the local chapter to ensure that there was a balanced team of workers and leaders. So Vint Cerf was, even in those days, pushing for more women to be involved in the Internet Society, again, just to sort of like just provide that balance when it actually came to working with the internet governance. And so, in fact, what we ended up, he was really he was very focused on ensuring that there was also not only a balance of views between what men and what women could offer, but he wanted to ensure there was a balance between the governance sector and the vital technical sector to support the much needed technical development within the Pacific at the time. So he was sort of like also pushing for that sort of like development as well. So then we get onto this slide, and so Vint convinced me to join up. So in 2006, I joined up, and he was supported at the time by the chair of the Pacific Islands chapter at the time, who was Raj Singh. And Raj was originally from Fiji, but he's now, and has been for many years, the director of the Asia Pacific region of the Internet Society. He changed to actually working for them instead of just being a volunteer leader of the chapter. And so 2 years after that event in Samoa, when I was now the e-government project manager working out of the Prime Minister's office, I organised a similar event on Rarotonga and brought the Pacific Islands chapter of the Internet Society to the Cook Islands. And later that year, I was elected to the board of the chapter, was on the board for 8 years, and I was the chair for 5 of those years. And during my chairmanship, I ran the second event, which you've got photos of here. At this event, one of the focuses that I actually made of this event was a disability workshop. And we, even though we're talking internet, when we're talking internet governance, one of the things that was really important was to ensure that people with disabilities also had access to the internet and that they knew how it could be used. And one of the things too, I think at that particular point in time, was that I was also chair of the local Rotary Association, so that I had Rotary also supporting that workshop, so that they could the people who were actually on the people who are actually who belong to the Creative Centre, the people with disabilities, actually had keyboards. Like, we made sure that they had keyboards which had bigger letters on them, so that they could, for some of them who were visually impaired, they could actually find the letters, see the letters more clearly. There was a whole lot of stuff that we actually sort of became engaged in, and it was all to make sure that everybody, that the internet was for everyone. And it was, for me, I sort of felt that was one of the it was one of my favourite PACINet events, because it was, first of all, it was on our island. It actually helped our people, and it actually involved working with people with disabilities. And although in that photo too, if we can go back to that one, the photo was actually Ganella Asterbrink has been a major advocate for people with disabilities within the Pacific, and she's from Australia, but she has, she's actually sort of like currently one of the vice chairs of AP Ralo, and she's been an amazing woman. And I first met her through at an IGF in I think it was Sharm el Sheikh, and many years ago, and she has still continued to be a real advocate for people with disabilities and ensuring that the internet is also part of their lives. But if we can go back one slide, this just gone a little bit ahead, but the slide before that is about the Diplo Foundation, and it is when I had this early introduction to the Pacific Islands chapter and the Internet Society. This also brought me in touch with the Diplo Foundation in 2008. And Diplo has been an amazing touchstone for me through my years of involvement with internet governance. And in fact, I think my last engagement with the Diplo Foundation was actually sort of like with it was actually sort of like an event that they organised for people from Africa, and I don't even know how we were actually involved, but I know that I met up with quite a lot of my African colleagues from the Internet Society and from from ICANN too at this particular event. But the Diplo Foundation is the centre of learning about internet governance, what it is, and how you as an internet end user can make the most of the internet through the knowledge and learning that they can provide. This is an amazing organisation, and it was my first introduction to really finding out what internet governance was all about. And I think that you just don't realise just how involved internet governance is. And the diagram here, it's sort of like an evolving diagram, because it's got this I think was about the second version of the building of internet governance from the Diplo story, and they've got one that looks even more complex. But it's even more complex because if you actually sort of get a proper copy of this diagram, you will see that just about every aspect of internet governance is actually sort of like viewed as part of a building, part of actually something that's been structured and built. And from jurisdiction right down the bottom, because you need to have that, you need to have the laws and that sort of thing. But you go through, it's the most amazing sort of like piece of work. But it does show you that internet governance covers so many different topics. And I think that one of the things, and the photo at the top was, we were in, they actually ran a session for the Pacific Islands, and we actually were, we had a bit of a panel there discussing internet governance in the Pacific. And I noticed that there was one African digital diplomacy and governance, so that they're really it's a really an amazing organization, because they make sure that everybody is involved and actually gets that contact. But I think that one of the things that's really important about Diplo is the way in which they sort of like structure their learning programs, and so that the internet governance is actually looked at from the different sort of like what they call the different baskets, the different buckets that Diplo explains the realm of internet governance. So that was my very first sort of like involvement in internet governance through the Diplo Foundation. And if you were going to start anywhere, if you're going to start anywhere in internet governance, that for me personally, that would be where you should start. And there are so many African students who've been through their system that they could actually set up classes for you. I'm sure Raymond will be able to sort of like organise that. But using their model to introduce internet governance is an extremely excellent way of sort of like getting to know what it actually means, and how it actually impacts you as an internet end user. It's the basis for what you need to know before you even come to the Internet Society or to ICANN. If you know internet governance, then it makes it so much easier for you to understand what is actually happening within ICANN. So that each of these organisations offers different sorts of support, and you'll need, and they need your support to get their messages out into the communities about the use of the internet. So they need you to be informed. They need you to actually be able to understand what internet governance is, and how you can, why it is important to be, to have access to the internet, but also to be using it safely and efficiently across all the sectors of our communities, from individuals to large corporations, everyone. As I said, the range of topics that are covered are just endless. But then we have, so that's Diplo, and then we have the Internet Society, which this is the that this slide is about. And the Internet Society, on the other hand, whereas the Diplo Foundation focuses on internet governance as a sort of like as a subject, the Internet Society looks at internet governance, but actually how they can, and more from the perspective of how they can actually assist communities with both governance support and the technical support, especially for developing countries and regions. And I know, like, I mean, the photo in the background is obviously Nepal, and there's actually a lot of work because it's such a mountainous and, you know, different communities sort of like hidden from direct lines of communication, so that they've got they have such a complex system of getting access, you know, ensuring that people have access. But they need people like you to develop your policy and your technical skills and knowledge that will help them with their work in your countries. And so the Internet Society does amazing work in developing countries to help you to help connect people with the internet and with each other. And like, I mean, they, again, you know, like my life has actually sort of like been, you know, very much touched by the Internet Society, which then sort of led me to the next thing, which is ICANN. And ICANN, of course, develops policies that governs the use of domain names. And internet users have to be able to use and understand domain names in order to connect to the internet. But as I said before, once you know what internet governance is all about, you will understand what it is that ICANN is trying to do. ICANN policies ensure that the internet is coordinated by this unique system of domain names and IP addresses, and they connect by servers situated all around the world to connect people to places on a single, open, and globally interoperable internet. That's what ICANN sort of like, that's ICANN's role, is that single, open, globally interoperable internet, and to connect people with who and what they want on the internet using a domain name. And you can't get onto the internet without one. So my final slide is really just sort of like to summarize sort of like my experience with internet governance. And you know, it's sort of like that was a slide to do with ICANN. But the final slide is to summarize my experience with the internet governance that's really been developed through my continued close connection with these three organizations. Even though it's years since I actually sort of like worked with Diplo, I have constantly had contact with them. They've been so helpful with a lot of the things that I'm still that I'm involved in. So Diplo's always there. Internet Society, of course, they are very engaged with the Internet Governance Forum, which is going to be run in Japan. So that's something that you can engage with. And of course, with ICANN, there are fellowships, but there's also the next ICANN meeting, of course, in Germany. So, you know, I think that in order to become engaged, whether you're female or whether you're male, okay, I know that I'm sort of like, I've been focusing it on myself as a woman being engaged. But I think that you, if you can attend one of these events, you can join at least one of these organizations. This actually would really make a difference to how the internet will grow in your region and globally. And I think that on that last slide, Lily, who's from Ghana, said that there's no contribution that's too small, no contribution that's too small, and that one comment that you make can set off ripples that could end up as a waste. And this is it. Like, I think that everyone who actually makes a contribution in ICANN, which is the organisation that I'm very much involved in now, everyone's contribution is important. And so what every small contribution that somebody makes is really, it will really help ICANN and the world with the internet. But so that's me. Thank you. That's as much. I mean, I'm just trying to sort of like convey to you how important it is that your opinion and your voice is actually heard at that level, and anyone can do it. I've just been at it for years, and as was mentioned before, I spent 10 years on the internet, on the ALAC, and I've decided to do something different, and I understand too that I'm going to be doing it. Shern, who is the chair of AFRALO at the moment, he too is joining me on the NomCom, representing AFRALO. So I'm representing APRALO, and he'll be representing AFRALO. So I'm really looking forward to working with Shern. I've really enjoyed working with him over the years, and really enjoyed working with the African community over the years. So that's cool. And I'll answer any questions if you've got any. And I was hoping that Fatimata was going to be here, but it doesn't matter.
Wow.
Raymond?
Yes. All right. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. So if you want to take our questions, so we have a few ladies in the house. We will talk. And so please, they want to take questions. So who would go first? No, the means you can have them. This doesn't matter. Yes. No, you are. So my name is introduction. Okay, so we'll take the first question.
Okay, my name is Stephen. The question I have for her is how does she navigate the cultural barriers as a woman in internet governance, especially looking at we from Africa, culture is one interesting thing that is carried along everywhere. So as a female leading the charge in internet governance, how does she navigate the cultural barriers there?
Great, thanks. Maureen, do you want to respond, or you take another? So Maureen, please, did you get a question?
I didn't quite get that question. It was very it was a little bit muffled. But I'm just wondering whether it's my the sound that I'm actually sort of like receiving on this end. I hope I'm clear on the other end. Sorry.
Okay, so what we do is that we can put the questions in the chat. So
Yeah, the question in the chat. That'll be great. That'll be super. Thank you.
All right. So please do that. That's on our page. Okay, so
Okay.
you'll pick it up. Okay, so while we do that, there's another question. We'll try that and see if it works, right? Okay, please. Just pick up the page.
I hope you can hear me.
Pick up the page.
Yeah, I'm Franklin. Obviously a Ghanaian. In your presentation, I think you made mention of the fact that women are supposed to know at least a little bit of internet governance before they can be very active on ICANN platform. I'm looking at what my brother asked earlier, and just adding to it, look at the class here. It looks like the women form just about 8% of the population here right now. And so, what extra effort can be done to get the women, apart from the cultural dimension, to be interested in e-governance, let's say? I don't know whether their interest or maybe something is not right, as in how they even get to know about what role they can play in fostering e-governance before they can even think about going further to, let's say, participating ICANN deliberations. So what extra, what can we do? Get them on board more than we're seeing now. Thank you.
Great. Maureen, please, did you get that?
Not all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so it captured bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, we wanted to know what extra efforts can be put in place to encourage women to even be interested in internet governance in the first place. Did you get that?
So you're saying sort of like, you know, how do you as if you're okay. I think that in this, thank you, Abraham, for putting that in there. Cultural barriers. Cultural barriers are probably always going to be there. And I think it's one of the reasons why I sort of like mentioned the fact that having been brought up in New Zealand, where we actually encourage everyone to be involved in anything, so that the cultural barriers aren't actually sort of like there. It's probably why when we're talking about people down under, like within Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific, there is a lot of people who are involved in there because we're encouraged from a very early age to speak up. And you know, like I think that when the cultural barriers are difficult if that's not encouraged, you know, like I mean, right, you know, so like right up front, I think that's makes it that does make it difficult. But at the same time, you know, there are lots of women's organizations in Africa and elsewhere which encourage people to just become more, encourage women to become more vocal, even within their own groups, first of all, and then within, you know, sort of like in organizations like ICANN and Internet Society, where women are encouraged to communicate. And it means probably they actually have to remove themselves from their own cultures and move into a culture that is a little bit more accepting, unfortunately.
Yeah. Thanks for that response. The difference is clear, so we'll figure it out together. Is there any other question for it? Because you said from their side, they encourage the ladies when they are very young. We don't get that.
Yeah, put it in the chat so I can actually like.
Yes. So she wants it in text so that she can just read it out herself. So please, if there any question, put it in the group chat.
Minute comments.
I have a question. I just wanted to know how many women are in the group today?
Okay. So there are about 10.
Okay, is that would that be about half,
No,
third,
no,
quarter?
it's like, no, so it's about a quarter. One
A
third.
quarter?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
One fourth.
Well, congratulations that they're there.
That's one fourth. All right. So we are trying to put the questions in the chat so you could read them out. Have you put in?
No, but I think before they can do a lot. Good question. Yeah, I really think that it's important before you come into ICANN to actually sort of like be able to understand what it is that ICANN's about. I mean, we have a lot of people who take a long time to get engaged with in discussions. They'll come along to the meetings and they'll listen for a long time before they become engaged. Only because there isn't actually sort of like, there isn't a comfort zone already with the whole idea of e-governance. And I think that, you know, like, I mean, that I think what I was trying to sort of say is that if you know, if women can do, there's lots of online courses that you can do in relation with the internet society. We're trying to sort of like there's e-learning courses in ICANN, of course. There's ICANN Learn. There are lots of ways in which you can actually sort of like develop those things. But I think one of the best ways, of course, and Afralo has a very engaging sort of like a learning program of policy development and that kind of stuff. Women just have to sort of, you know, become more, you know, just even if it's listening in, first of all, having meetings with other women. I mean, if I know that I got myself offside when the very first time I actually sort of, probably my first week as the LAC chair, I got offside with some people from Afralo. But that's only because, I mean, I'm so used to being so open about women being involved and women being nominated for positions of leadership. I'm within AP-RALO. We don't even sort of like think about, oh, we must remember to, you know, to nominate some women or nominate a man. There is no consideration of that because it just comes naturally. There are just women who stand out and they get nominated. There are men who stand out and they get nominated. We never actually have to worry about gender balance. There just is, and it's really nice to know that we've got a woman chair within AP-RALO this year, and we've got 2 vice chairs, male, female. It just happens, and I think that this is, you know, like, I mean, we, you know, okay, so it's a question. How did you manage marriage, childbirth, and family with working in the internet sector? Well, I think that one of the things about, like, even though I was married and even though I had children, I didn't stop working. I went through training college to become a teacher. My parents looked after my children for me until they were ready to go to daycare center and then to school. I had lots of support, and I think that that's the way it is in our culture. You know, as I mentioned before, you know, like, women don't have to stop work just because they've got children, or you know, that there's it's a shared responsibility. The family is shared by grandparents. My sister also looked after my son. There's been lots of support. So yeah, we just managed that. What's the I get somewhere we went to that.
All right, Maureen, sorry about that. Please go on.
It's all right. I've just seen Abraham's question. Are there any measures or incentives in ALAC to encourage more women to participate in ALAC? There is always. I mean, I think that as I mentioned before, as long as within AP Ralo, we encourage. We hold meetings regularly, and we encourage everyone to participate. And I think what it is too is that I think I don't know if you know within AP Ralo, but there's myself, there's Cheryl Langdon-Orr, there's Holly Raish, Amrita Chowdhury, who's now our chair. There are very strong women and very vocal women. But the only thing is, we don't look at it as being a competition between men and women. It's just that women have their say and the guys have their say. Nobody ever sort of thinks of it as being any different from, everyone's encouraged. And I mean, it's what I mentioned before, is that you can't make decisions that are going to affect the community-wide sort of impacts if you're not getting both sides of the both perspectives, male perspective and female perspective, because the female perspective is always a sort of a more nurturing, because that's where as I said before, they look after the families. They do a lot of the decision making to do with their home. So they bring that kind of that kind of nurturing kind of perspective. Whereas the guys are the ones who, the traditional sort of the income earners and that. So they come with a different kind of perspective. But you need both. You need to have both of those gendered perspectives in any discussion. And I think that this is one of the things that we sort of try to include. And I mean, as Abraham mentioned, it's not just about women and girls and that. There are all the different sort of communities that the minority communities. You've got your people with disabilities. The internet is supposed to be inclusive. The internet is meant to be so that everyone can participate, and without sort of feeling that they're actually sort of being pressured to there's no cultural barriers on the internet. Okay, so that I think that this is where women can actually sort of feel more comfortable. But anyone, any minority group also can feel more comfortable about communicating. So that is it's a very involved question, but it's I think it's really really applicable. Thank you. Have I missed anything?
Do you have any other questions? For the last one. All right, Maria, I think there's the last one. So,
Okay. Oh, good. Raymond. He's going to pick on me now.
all right, so let me try and read it out. Maria, let me try and read it out, okay? I guess that's the very last one. So the question is, how does the ISOC address the needs of diverse members of the female population in terms of accessing technologies and participating in digital technologies, including women and yeah, okay, so it's in the chat anyway. I don't know if it's question 7. It's in the chat. If you can trace question 7.
Okay. Okay. This is about the about Internet Society.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think that yeah, Internet Society, I sort of like did mention they're sort of like a different kind of organization from ICANN's, and I guess I haven't actually sort of like been as closely associated with Internet Society as I have with ICANN, but I know that I mean they have lots of different ways in which they communicate with people in order for them to participate, and it's different from the way that ICANN actually communicates. ICANN sort of like pretty much up front and have lots of these Zoom meetings, and as well as their face-to-face meetings and that kind of thing. The Internet Society sort of like does tend to work in sort of like specialist kind of groups, and so that like for example in the Pacific, our Internet Society covers the whole of the 18 countries there's 22 countries actually, the 22 member countries of the Pacific Islands chapter. And it covers basically the whole of the Pacific, except Hawaii, which belongs to the United States. But it's really, really unique in that it actually does address sort of like so many, but it's really just a we just have a mailing list, and it's really just a communication network. I don't sort of like, they don't actually have lots of meetings, they don't actually offer opportunities for face-to-face meetings like ICANN does. So therefore, women and girls can be left out because they're not actually given those opportunities. Whereas, for example, with ICANN, for every single meeting, there's a fellowship opportunity for women and men to participate in ICANN because they're given those opportunities. It's not the same as in the Internet Society. Not the same opportunities anyway. And I'd like to, I do think that, I know that just as the Asia Pacific region is really, really big, and the African region is really, really big, it just seems that when you're only getting 4 or 5, half a dozen people going to each meeting, it sort of doesn't seem fair, but at the same time, they are half a dozen people who actually do get an opportunity to attend an ICANN meeting, to learn about what ICANN's about, to actually sort of like engage themselves a little bit more, and hopefully, to get into a working group and actually have their say. But AFRALO, I have noticed that AFRALO is actually sort of like, does offer that opportunity, and I really, I think that this gathering, for example, is an amazing opportunity to sort of like start looking at ways in which Ghana itself can actually, put forward if there's like there are several policy issues that we're discussing at the moment, DNS abuse, the next GTLD round. There's things that we could really, it'd be really good to get your views on, and Raymond could send those across to the GNSO and say this is what the people from Ghana would like to say about each of those issues. And this is, honestly, this is the opportunity. This is a great opportunity, actually, to have your voices actually being heard in a putting together a paper on what it is that on a particular issue, and that piece of paper goes to that view would go to the working group, and that working group would actually make sure that your contribution was included into the statement that is actually comes from at large and ALAC. I mean, I'd really like to see that.
Great, thanks for the opportunity. We'll work something out. We are grateful for your insights. Please, do you have any other comments? Are we okay? All right, so Maureen, we are grateful. Thanks for the reminder that
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So thanks for reminding us again that this fellowship is a great opportunity for our voices to be heard. I think thanks for adding that. Probably sometimes we forget, right? So we are grateful. So we are happy with your presentation, the things you shared with us, the responses you provided to our questions, and we'll put all the things into practice. And by the next fellowship, with next year, you would have had some amazing stuff coming from the ladies in Ghana. Right. So we are grateful. We'd like to leave you now and for you to enjoy the rest of your day wherever you are.
Yes, it's midnight, so I'll sort of like be going off to sleep. But at the same time, I just wanted to say thank you so much for inviting me. I hope I made some sense, but at the same time, I'm looking forward to seeing anyone from Ghana at an ICANN meeting. Do come up and say hi, because it'd be really, I'd love to say hello back. Okay. Bye. Thank you.
All of us for that. And thank you for the time. And so we actually appreciate you staying out. So just have a conversation with them. Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
Wow. Half past midnight. They are welcome to the club, like Madam Tarata said the last time. Sometimes they want to participate in the ICANN meeting because of the time you would have to be out. A little commitment, otherwise they miss out. Great, so I think that has been an insightful one. I don't know what you said. So what you want? You know what she said? That it would be nice to have some documentation, like the ladies that are part of this, and write something, and then like an article sort of. She would be happy to say in the actual newsletter. So since we have a rep, I think we should start there. It would be nice for the ladies to put something. Yes. So once my boss has submitted, we can discuss that. So
on that note, let's take an action item now.
yes.
So who volunteers to do a communication on what she has done and the ladies' participation, and this should be ready by tomorrow morning. It's supposed to be only 200 words.
But I have one assignment on her
Sorry?
Delivery, so you're giving two assignments.
No, so in her delivery, she mentioned
Okay.
something on gender as the topic. And the participation, then we reference the number of delivery fellows. No volunteers. Very good. Thank you.
Then here.
Great, so that has been one public discussion. I don't know what to say, but I think a lot of comments. There's a lot that we can. Unfortunately, there are a lot of roadblocks and so and several have mentioned roadblocks. There are a lot of roadblocks. If we allow that, they can block you. They won't be able to do it. Okay, you're free to decide. Yeah, because you will have your point. Yeah.
Because it's very experience.
This how we hear you. Yes. I'm just speaker in here, so let's wrap it up. No, please.
But
Yeah.
I think internet got something has to do with all you do and experience. I can say that ladies get into the digital world even before guys.
Okay.
Because when you look at our probably our sons, daughters, brothers who are in secondary school and so on, when you compare the number of guys who are using smartphones and the number of female students or who are using, cannot be compared. They are already ahead of the guys. But how come that when the guys kind of incorporate into that environment later, we still go ahead of them? So it has to do with they using that platform for probably not the adequate, stuff. So that's my view.
Yeah, that's great. I like the way the discussion. Let's wrap it up so that we won't need.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think when we talk about gender equality and identity, we have to be specific before internet and after internet. Because after internet, we you can do a general survey. We are all users of the internet. However, some gender tend to use the internet more than some other gender. And we are all at liberty to put on roles. But we are well aware of what some gender posts and what some other gender posts. Whatever reason it is. So if you are having more guys doing tech reviews, doing movie reviews, and some are doing podcasts and other things, I think it's a matter of choice. You understand? So there are no longer barriers, there are no longer engage. But what to choose to use it for, and the message is sent out there, it's only up to you. I choose to use mine for business. Other people use theirs for business. Thank you very much.
My boss was taken. But before my boss comes, what I said was I said it in relation to engaging in the ecosystem. Just so wait, there's a reason I'm saying that there are a lot of opportunities for women. There are lots of roadblocks. It depends on you. You can decide to use the challenges as to why you cannot take advantage of the opportunity. So I like my boss.
I want to support the lower violence. They are started. I want to make that violence more. Personally, we decided to include this very section because the ladies, no matter the spark that we give, it really doesn't do it. And I even regretted still actually this year.
No, this year.
This year, I actually went on a very violent mode and I was attacking the more violent way. So I was challenging the ladies to engage, and I kept pushing. So one person took me, one of the fellows took me on, and it was more than an atomic bomb. So the long and short of it is that the room is there for the ladies to engage, but they are sleeping. So better with them. Me, I will not support her saying that they are roadblocks. There are no roadblocks.
I think that every time they are saying women, oh, the opportunity are not taking it. I think that we are not doing a good job. We are not consciously involved in women. You know, men are adventurous.
You see what I said? Let's move on. The reason I say for I want that we have we are privileged to have yes. We are privileged to have the next speaker with that. I think it's someone's home. So the next presentation is on the Human Rights Charter. And to be honest with you, we are privileged to have our own to take us and this key topic. This program is so long. Don't read all. Yes, if I want to read all, we will not leave today. So I will permit him when he comes. I want him to say something. But they asked him a question the last time. Sometimes when you look at it, you think all he knows is long. But it's not like that. He has so much knowledge from the technical background as well. So just as people are medical doctors and we still go ahead and do law, we have people like that. They are electronic engineers, they go ahead and do law. Because statisticians, they go ahead and do law. So that's by way of introducing our next speaker. Mr. Jacob Udami Biden. Yeah. Vice President is one of the co-founders, Vice President for every fund, in charge of legal and engagement. So let me give a brief about him. He's a seasoned professional with a combined 13 years work experience, spanning across the ICT technology, so that's the ICT and the legal industry. He's into private legal practice as an architect lawyer. Maybe now he has moved on. You see that was yeah, that was so sometimes if you reading the flyer, a lot of things have changed. I mean the profile, a lot of things have changed. So Barrister, please when you come, tell us more. But I just want you to know that He holds several professional certifications, including PM with no. Certificates in ICT policy and strategic planning, right? Internet governance, capacity building, and then online moderators program. So he's loaded. Please, sometimes those who are close to us, we tend to be familiar, and we don't really get much from them. So don't get familiar with things that we are going to do all this problem. It's a professional in its own right. You can learn a lot from him. So please open up and take as much as you can take and ask him all the questions and respond to them. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have our barrister to take that to
very much, Karim, for the nice introduction. You know, Ghanaians are very, I don't know how to put it, but I met a Nigerian, and then once you say something positive about him, say, oh, you heard it, eh? You heard it, yes. You know, but, so thank you, Karim. I take it, okay?
Thank you.
And I'm really excited to, and happy to meet you once again. I told you last time that I'll have a session with you, and it's a pretty punch. I know we have like very diverse backgrounds, and everyone is actually a professional in their own rights, and so it's a learning process. I hope every year it happens like that. We form connections and then we learn from each other. So I hope that by the time we end this program tomorrow, we will get to learn a lot from each other. So my mission here is very simple. As you know, because I'm a lawyer in this ecosystem, I'm very passionate when it comes to human rights. And because of that, the GhanaSIG team and many of the people who have gone through this program have interests and affiliations within the ecosystem. So I campaign to work. I am the Africa Regional Coordinator and also a member of the steering committee of the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition of the UNIGF. And as part of my duties, I have some number of targets for the Africa region, talk about the work of the IRPs, the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. So we are members of this, the steering committee, that's like the board of that coalition, coming from different continents. And you have to talk about the work of the coalition in your various continents. So this platform gives me a unique opportunity to talk to very key participants like you. But yeah, so the objective for this session, one, I'm going to give a brief background on internet law, and my focus is on international law. And then next one, please, which I was, yes. So we get an understanding of the concept of international law. And then we will look at the basis for international human rights law. And then once we do that, once we do that, I will move into IRPC's work and our main output, which is the Human Rights Charter, or the International Rights and Principles for Human Rights. That's the IRPC, or the Human Rights Charter. So first is to, and you can roll this. Okay, so first is the fact that we have, when it comes to the internet, we have laws. Okay, we have general laws that helps to regulate the internet. Okay, so we have legislations and we have principles that basically guides how the internet is regulated. We don't have a one single law globally to regulate the internet. That's something to keep at the back of your mind. But then we have international, regional, we have national laws that in a way regulates the internet. Okay. And we talk about international in the sense that we have some laws that are not binding, and then we have some that are binding, okay, but it depends on who has signed up to a treaty or a convention. But we don't have like one single law that regulates internet globally. Yes, business like yes. So we have the concept of international law. Okay, and when we talk about international law, you'll be talking mainly about treaties. We'll be talking about conventions. So the treaties we have they are all multilateral agreements. You have different states who come together and then negotiate and agree on certain issues. Okay, that they will want to bind the states. Okay, that's join that particular treaty. Okay, so we have treaty and convention, both are basically treaties. But when we talk about treaty, they can cover a lot of issues in one document. Okay, and then when we talk about conventions, you may have a specific issue that these states who signed this multilateral agreement decide to tackle. So maybe we will have a convention that's dealing with marine issues, or maybe just cybersecurity. Okay, so that's the main distinction. Now, aside that, one thing to know about international law is that you may have some that are just not binding. We call those ones principles. Okay, they are not binding, but then they serve as a tool for engagement. They serve as a tool or rules for best practices. We can keep going. Okay, for best practices, they are called principles. So please keep this at the back of your mind. Okay, so I think everything here basically covers what I've said so far. Okay, another assistant to principles is declarations. Okay, so they make the declarations, they are not binding, but then they have some moral switching to the states, okay, who would adopt these principles. Now, one thing to talk about also is the concept of rights, okay, and then principles, as I've already mentioned. So the whole idea is that when you look at the internet space, we have certain key principles, and I believe we already studied that when we're preparing for this particular fellowship. The internet has the principles of what? Openness, interconnectedness, the end-to-end principles. And that has basically shaped the laws when it comes in the internet sphere. Okay, so that's internet rights. And when you talk about internet rights within the internet, jurisdictional concept, we are basically looking at how can human rights apply in online environments. Okay, so keep that at the back of your mind. How can human rights apply in internet environment or virtual environment? Okay, so that if you are enjoying the rights to association online, should you or should it apply online? Do you get it? So as we move our lives online, we have people who see that we need to be able to safeguard fundamental human rights online. Now, I talked about principles, that they are guidelines, they may be declarations which are not necessarily binding. So when you come to the internet sphere, you will see that several groupings have developed some principles. They've developed principles that they believe that they can sell it out to key actors, especially the states, okay, which will guide them on how to maybe incorporate these principles in their national laws. Okay, and it's applicable also in the business or private spaces also. We have principles like that should guide we call that human rights, human business rights. Okay, so they guide people in these spaces. So here you see, for instance, you have the Paris Call for Trust and Security in the cyberspace. You have the Freedom Online Coalition. You have the OECD principles. So you see that this one focuses mainly on cybersecurity, the first one. Okay, and then you have the others. But I will be talking about the Internet Rights and Principles, Principal Coalition's work, which is the Human Rights Charter. Okay, let's go on. So we need to get to a starting point. Okay, so let me talk about human rights again. When we talk about human rights, one key term is fundamental. So you hear that fundamental human rights. So they are what? The rights and freedoms to which all individuals, not some. Okay, so they are inherent, these rights are inherent in the individual. Okay, regardless of their nationality, ethnicity, gender, or creed, or any other status. Okay, and it's good to know inalienable, which means that it is inherent in that individual, and it cannot be what? Taken away, it cannot be transferred. And you understand as we go on, like rights to life. You can't inherit it. It should be individual and personal to you. Father cannot transfer that to you as an inheritance. Okay. And then it's indivisible. Indivisible means that when you look at human rights, we have several of them, and they do not stand on their own. They are connected one way or the other. Because one, you need to be able to live right life before you can talk, you can express yourself. So you see there is a direct link. We have freedom of association. Now, when you have freedom of association, we come here, then we can also what? Express ourselves. Okay, we have rights to education, for instance. So you see that when it comes to human rights concept and what we identify as human rights, they are not divisible, they are what? They are connected. Okay, and they basically, human rights form the basis for human dignity, equality, and justice. You know, as a human being, we realize that we are unique. We are not like chickens that can just be caught, you know, for Christmas. We are unique. Okay, and that's what your dignity and your equality and then justice. So let's go on. Yes, let's look at a brief history. So after the first, and then the Second World War specifically, we did a lot to ourselves. People maimed people, people killed people, people treated others as animals. You heard about the Holocaust in Germany and things. It was so bad. So human beings, right? People came together and said, no, let's form an association, a union, and that's where you have the United Nations. That was formed in 1945. Immediately that was formed, they realized that the first thing to do is to be able to address the human rights concern. So in 1946, they commissioned a team to draft principles and declarations for human rights. And that committee was led by former First Lady of the US called Eleanor Roosevelt. I think the husband was Franklin Roosevelt. Yes. Yes. So she led that committee. So by 1947, thereabouts, we're done with their work, and it was adopted in 1948. What these people did was they came up with about 30, key issues that they considered to be fundamental human rights. And all the members of the UN adopted this. This wasn't law in itself. Now say it wasn't law. It wasn't binding in itself. It was to like conscientize all the people or all these things that look, human dignity, rights to life, rights to education, rights to to vote, and a right for like to human dignity is so sacred and must be protected by all nations. Okay. Now you have later on, I think in 1966 and then 76, these were adopted, the International Covenant on Civil and People's Rights, ICCPR, and then the ICSR, CR were adopted as treaties. So they became law and binding. And so when you look at the ICCPR and you compare it to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, you realize that the key provisions of the UTHR were captured in that particular treaty. And then the economic one, the ICESCR, is also basically human rights, but they cover economic interests or economic rights. That's the rights to work under good conditions. You know, so they were covered over there. Yeah, so let's go on. So this one gives you, okay, can we go, maybe I repeated it. There's a picture, so there's a picture that gives you a list of all the rights, Now, what the state started doing was to, they realized that these rights were so key. Okay, so they moved beyond just signing it as a treaty to putting it in their national laws, and not just any other, any normal law like legislation, act of parliament. They put them in their constitution. Okay, because they realize that one way to safeguard and one way to guarantee these rights is if you find them in the constitution. So Ghana, for instance, and not only Ghana, we go to the US, almost every serious nations have most of these principles in their national laws, in their constitution, which is like the highest law of the land. Okay, right to due process. So we are all born and equal. When you read the preamble to the constitution, you will see we so and so, okay, you what's in the lines. But what we have done is that we have come together as a nation. The paraphrase, we have come together as a nation. We believe in God. We've decided to write these laws down, because we believe that it will guarantee our fundamental freedom and our happiness, and give us a better and fulfilling life. I'm trying to paraphrase as much as possible. Okay, and so when you go there, you will see equality, you will see, torture, you will see issues about equality before the law, 7. Okay, protection under the law, you will see due process, you will see privacy. You get it? And when they were codifying these laws, the internet was not there in 1948. You get it? But you will know that we've moved into the internet era, and some of these things are basically staring at us. And the challenge right now is that as we are going online, how do we ensure that we have rights to life? Okay, we have freedom of expression in virtual environments. You get it? So it's basically the same, but we have moved to different realms, and most of these should apply. But then in our national laws, most countries do not have a link between these laws and then the internet and the virtual environment. You get it? And because of that, we have several issues. Okay, we have the nations who can just decide to switch off the internet. And immediately you switch off the internet, let's assume today we decide to take your phones and keep it like just for 1 hour. I know we are focusing on this, but there's always this urge to connect. You will feel safe. Let's assume you got here and then left your phone at home. You will feel something as left you. This unease and as if there's something like chasing dry. It means we have moved. So when I turn off I turn off the internet. It's it will affect several fundamental human rights because you are able to get what freedom of assembly, freedom of association, okay? And how do you think we get freedom of association online?
Interacting with our friends.
Yes. Okay, freedom of association, people have created groups. Okay, yes. You belong to several groups. Even online, you have like several groupings. The things I don't know, Telex Mom, is that also blind kids? So there are like several. That's what some I didn't say. So you have like groupings. So when I get groupings, groupings like that, so we are going to schedule a meeting, we are going to gather somewhere and then have some, some civil action, and then the internet is off. I don't even know the converging point. That is one. Number two, it means that when you converge, you cannot express yourself. It means you can't what? Express yourself. And expressing yourself now doesn't mean so. This meeting I'm talking about is going to be virtual. You are going to meet. And online, there's people who are shy, right? And the internet, you agree with me that the internet and all these technologies has improved your communication skills. There are some people who can never tell, the opposite sex like this, but they can quickly do. Just if you can't do it, I just send what I don't know, and it sees for housing. Down in the 6,000 words. So I'm not there anymore. Let's go. I'm trying to get your interest. So bear in mind this, and then this will serve as the basis for the next. So from this point, can we go to the next slide, please? So from this point, the main thing is to talk about the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. So we are doing, or we are studying internet governance. And I know you're experiencing the sweet confusion. You have several elements, you have several stakeholders, you have several interests. The issues borders from technical towards policy, towards different business interests. Several interests are discussed as long as they are related towards the internet. Now, when you come to internet governance, the United Nations established the Internet Governance Forum. It is annually, started from 2008. Okay, started from 2008. Whatever we go or they go there to do at the Internet Governance Forum, it's not ending. So I believe you've learned this. Decisions reached at ICANN versus decisions reached at the Internet Governance Forum. When you go to ICANN, you work with the communities. Whatever you do will go to the staff members. They are going to review it. You have board members that have been elected by the communities. They are going to review it. And then once they say, okay, their decisions become binding. Okay, it will be implemented. And that implementation will affect the domain name system, what's new top level domains, or will be rolled out and the rest. But when you go to the IGF, it's not necessarily binding. The IGF you will get some outputs. Okay, you get some outputs that basically will serve as policy guidelines. Okay. Now when you come, the oldest not dynamic coalitions, and the dynamic coalitions focus on several interests. This dynamic coalition focuses on human rights. So as long as you are an individual or an organization who is passionate on issues bordering on human rights, then it will be a home for you. Okay. I think we belong to two dynamic coalitions and maybe more, depending on who has joined us. We also belong to the dynamic coalition for internet governance schools. So this tool, what we are doing over here, is being implemented in several countries, okay? And people join this coalition, they share best practices, they share guidelines on how their curriculums should be what? Should be developed, okay? And that's why we have interaction. We have people like Maureen and Co, because they know the standard, they see what you are teaching, and they know that it matches what, you know. So what it is, this is the home for people, individuals, and then can we move? Interested in human rights. And the main thing is, like I have said again and again, how do we ensure that human rights principles or human rights laws apply in virtual environments? So I've already told you about the IGF or the Internet Governance Forum, what they do. I like the last bit of the previous. Okay, so at the end of the day, when we go, they interact. You know, what they do is they are able to create rules, policies, standards, and what practices that coordinate and shape the evolution and use of the internet. You have a stakeholder within the internet community, the internet society, called the Internet Engineering Task Force. They develop the standards. When they develop the standards, they need to be able to come to some of these forums and share their work, their thinking, what they are doing, to see if they can get consensus. You get it? So that's what we achieve here. So the Human Rights Charter, and it is summarized into 10 points, and I believe you've seen them. So it is a comprehensive framework, single document, okay, which is anchored on international human rights law. And the reason why we looked at treaties, we looked at conventions, we looked at principles, is for you to understand the concept of international human rights law, because it has what a global ramification and effect. It draws on the UDHR, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Okay. And then it came up through a collaborative work or effort. So the Internet rights, the head office is as old as the Internet Governance Forum itself. The IGF was formed in 2008. So just like how when the UN was formed, they realized that the first thing to look at is human rights. When the IGF was established, they realized that the first position, the first thing of interest is to look at what human rights in digital spaces. So you can see some correlation over there. It addresses governments because just like the UDHR, okay, we realize that if the state buys into it, then they can implement it at the national level with their national laws, and that will have a lot of what effect. Okay, so this one is basically targeted at government, but then we are also able to engage with private entities. Okay, to understand the key concepts. And on that, we have the business and human rights of the, so we have the office of the Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations, and they do a lot for this office. That's a lot of collaborative work with the IRPs. Okay, and one of their outputs or projects is for the private sector, human rights in business environments. Yes, let's go on. Okay, so the purpose of the charter is to have what? A reference point, one document that can be used for dialogue and cooperation. Okay, and then it serves as an authoritative document of framing rights-based norms, okay, for the online environment. And then it is also a policy making and advocacy tool. So you are a legislature and you get hold of this particular document and you understand the concept of human rights. Okay, you want to push something in parliament, you can just pick this one. And then because it's now governed and it's becoming widely accepted, you can use that as a tool to push your agenda. And even as a citizen, when laws will go through phases, even in parliament, if you are very informed and we are coming up with an internet regulation or law, you can make very good comments to ensure that the law is well shaped. The law is well shaped. Yes. It's the human rights. Exactly. It's the human. So when you hear charter, I'm talking about the human rights charter. Okay, it's the human rights charter. The charter, let's go, the full is over the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet, aka the Human Rights Charter. Okay, yes. So basically, so here, so that's why I gave you this paper. You will see that the principles are summarized. There are 10 principles, so you can follow and understand. So the first one is what someone should mention. Sorry. Yes. And when you read, it says what? All humans are born free and equal in dignity and rights, which must be respected and protected, even in the online environment. And if you look at the UDHR, the first one, it talks about what? Equality and the fact that we are born free. And our dignity must be what? Must be guarded. Okay. And then we have rights. So it's rights and social justice. We need to ensure that the principle of social justice and the fact that human rights must be safeguarded, we need to ensure that it applies also in what? Online spaces. Accessibility. Accessibility. So we realize how the internet has opened doors for the realization of rights. So the internet has opened doors for you to realize your rights towards education. It has given you open door for you to realize the rights of freedom of what? Expression, for assembly. Okay, rights for you to actually identify and find what other rights through education, through process. So accessibility here means that what? The internet must work and people should have access to the tools, internet infrastructure. So when you try accessing the internet and you are not able to get on, it means that your access to the internet is being curtailed. You get it? So that is accessibility. And then we have freedom of expression and association. I've talked about it. Okay, you have privacy and data protection. When you read our laws, okay, when you read the Constitution, it gives you the provision on privacy. Only doesn't tell you, it doesn't bring like internet or online. Did you understand? But then you should also be able to enjoy privacy in the online sphere. Governments should not implement surveillance, mass surveillance tools, okay, to spy on their citizens. It is intrusive and it is based on the privacy of the citizens. Okay, so, and then we have life, liberty, and security. Okay, the rights to life, liberty, and security must be respected, protected, and fulfilled online. These rights must not be infringed upon or used to infringe other rights in the online environment. So we expect that the rights to life or the internet will be used to project these rights. We have diversity. This morning we looked at what the gender issue as far as internet governance is concerned. But the whole idea is that when you go to the online environment, there should be no discrimination depending on your race, okay, your culture, your ethnicity. last time we met and did the UAP. So you will see the principle, the idea that let's make sure that the internet embraces all so they can all get online. Okay, let's move away from the ASCII word. So unique, thank you, Madam. Yes, you ambassador. Unicode, so that the Chinese and the all the children stuff would be well represented. Okay, and then we have network equality. It comes to discrimination. That businesses will try, and even governments will try to implement the internet in such a way that because of competition and profit motive, some people will be denied certain speed or access. It affects access. Principle, by the way, we need to ensure that we have we protect the internet from discrimination and then standards and and regulation. The internet architecture itself, the principle of openness and underlying architecture of the internet is open to ensure that everyone can connect easily. Okay, products, when you go to industry, the components must be interoperable. Okay, and it's all here, these concepts are all geared towards the realization of rights. And then we have governance. We have governance. We've seen that when you go to ICANN and the rest, they have the principle, the means of what? Getting a governance over the internet. Here you have to realize that we have is a multilateral, okay, and then you have the stakeholder or the multi-stakeholder approach. And the blend of this, we have scholars who have always talked about the blend of this helps to achieve a proper governance of the internet. When you go to the ITU, and their decisions are serious because when you go, you see state representations. But then when you come to the Internet Governance Forum, you have people like you and I, once you have interest, you go and you're able to participate. But the blend of the non-binding decisions and then the binding decisions come together to ensure the proper governance of the internet. Okay, so these are the 10 principles. You can read it, understand it, and then look at the linkage. Okay, I'm going to the end. Let's go to the next slide. Which I don't want to go over next slide. Yes, I can relate. You can relate, eh? Yes. So this charter has been, because of its importance, it's been translated into several languages. I think 2 years ago, when I presented this to the fellows in 2021, at the time that we're having our session, I got information that Italy had launched their version that's in their language. Okay, so that's how the charter is growing. And now the latest, I have a team member who is from Nepal. And what he did last year was to translate it into Nepalese. Okay, so they've been able to translate that. And we normally get support for that translation. I think of Ghana, I've been thinking about it to translate in the language, the Ghanaian language. And yesterday, we're talking about how our languages are. So which one should we translate? Which language? Okay, all right. But it's something that I'm thinking because I've been thinking that we need to get our articles growing in our several languages, as you can see. And the booklet, so this is just a sample, but we have a booklet that breaks these rights down, okay, and you can access it on the ARPC internet. The ARPC has been used across yes, so it's been used as advocacy tool across the globe. Okay, yes, so we have several campaigns, several initiatives, and these are few of them. I couldn't capture all the images. Okay, so you have legislators who have used this, especially the Spanish Parliament or Senate. You get it, several that people have used. I think we are almost done. We are done. So The next one, I give you some links where you can get more information, additional resources. So I'll share this slide with you. And then the last thing is to invite you. See, this is the beginning. I really like today's session and tomorrow's session because you are going to take a practical approach to engage. So if everything that's happening here appear to be, confusion, you realize that once you join a community, the work in the IT system is voluntary and it happens 99% online. Okay. So if you want to join, you just have to sign up to the mailing list. You go to IRPC, Internet Rights and Principles.org. Okay, and then you go to the mailing list and then you just sign up. It's just 1 minute something. Once you sign up, you'll be added to the mailing list. You will get information. You will start just contributing. You don't need any membership card. Okay, so I'm looking forward that you join this particular coalition. Last 2 years, we asked Raymond, our numbers from Ghana, caused the membership of the IRPC to spike. And they recognize our work as the IGL. So this year, because of time, I would have done a practical something. So kindly go there and then join right now. As long as you are interested in the principles or in the concept of human rights. And remember from the UTHR and then the formation of the IGF, we proved that human rights is what's key. Yesterday you heard from Vitus, and then you also heard from Benga. They all touched on human rights, several aspects of human rights. Okay. So that's it. That's it from me. And if you have
Thank you so much. Thank you for the insight. You have a comment? So this is a comment you can give it.
Okay, I think I love the sustainability aspect of the charter, because when I was looking through the session when you are taking us through, for example, let me just point to the rights and social justice, accessibility as well as expression and ratification. I was being reminded of the time in my country when there is this organization that advocates for social justice. They asked for permission to meet and do a protest. They were denied. Yes. They were denied the day before the set day for the protest. Yet all along they were granted. So what they did, they shifted the whole campaign online. It became more popular than it would have been held on this time. So that was right and social justice happening online, but also expression and association switched to the whole online stage.
Yes.
That's how it increased visibility, which I think contributed to the change of government.
Wow.
By the time we had the election for that period.
Powerful. And so because of that, just a quick one, because of that, I don't know those who monitor or have interest in internet shutdowns. It's very crazy. Look at African countries that are about to have an election. Yeah. Look at the news in that country on the election day or right after the election. Or right after the election. And you will see issues on internet restriction, internet shutdown. And it's crazy. There's an organization called Access Now. They organize the rights fund. Please go to Access Now and then join rights. They have mailing list. You will see all these issues, and it's very, very crucial and serious. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you so much. My question happens to be number 8. That is the next parties. Talking about discrimination. If I will price my internet for citizens, I don't have the rights to do so.
Yes. So, and that is why we say that these principles are mainly directed first and foremost to the states. Because when you leave the private sector alone, they will definitely, they will go for the kills. But when you look at this industry, you realize that you have regulators, you have, all these bodies who would ensure that yes, you are profitable. I don't know how, whether they really understand you as a private sector person, but they try to also balance the interest of the consumer. And we have people who are doing a benchmark to ensure which country is charging more MB, by the work of the World Foundation has had a project, which I think has come to an end. Any other question? Yes.
So question, it's like a clarification or something.
Yes.
So Peter presented on the internet right reference.
Yes.
I didn't see anything about moving of innocence. So assuming let's say I'm using the internet and I receive cyber attacks from a particular organization or something, did I assume they are innocent until they have to bring it?
If you,
So what I'm saying is,
yes,
the human rights.
Yes.
There's a section that talks about you are innocent until you have to bring it.
yes,
And I'm saying that during implementation of the principles, I didn't see anything on this.
yes,
And I'm saying that should I receive a cyber attack?
yes,
Or let's see, yeah, you someone is trying.
yes.
So should we assume the person is innocent? So it's only
Oh, definitely, definitely. Because it's a principle, the principle of due process. Okay, which means that you don't see it and then fold your arms, but you need to take an action. When it comes to all these laws, okay, the content itself, sometimes people say Ghana doesn't have an internet law, but we have very serious internet laws. And you find them in the data protection law, you find them in the Cyber Protection Act, I think 2012, Cyber Security Act 2020. Okay, we have the Electronic Transaction Act, we have the Electronic Communications Act. Okay, and they have like certain criminal provisions. And then you realize that when you go to the Criminal Offences Act, okay, 1960, or the Criminal Code popularly, okay, you realize that you would have something like stealing, a provision on stealing. And then you come to these electronic acts, and then they will tell you like stealing of data and the rest. They would some over there, but sometimes you have a combined effect of these acts and then the Criminal Offences Act, which did not maybe foresee electronic provisions or internet provisions. They didn't include that in that act, but then the combined effect helps them to prosecute. Now, anytime you are prosecuting, you need to be guided by what's the Constitution. And it's silent, but then we looked at the concept of dignity. Okay, dignity. So you don't just employ arbitrariness when it comes to taking someone through the judicial process. You don't just come and then grab the person. The person will definitely be innocent until you've proven your case against the person and found the person guilty. Yeah, it's part of human dignity. Yeah. And then it's part of getting a representation.
Okay, sir. My question is also in relation to AI.
Yes.
And human rights. So before I was about asking you this, I read research from the ChatGPT, the question that I gave you. And it provided both two aspects. So I decided to ask you. So what is the impact of AI on human rights within the internet field? What impact does AI have on the human rights within the internet? Because that we've been learning throughout for last 2 days. AI is really, I would say, it has become one of us. And each regulation is even a challenge. So what is its impact on the
Yes, so yesterday this issue came up. This issue came up during Emmanuel's session. And it is true that AI is on top of their list now. I think the masters in 2011, and it really surprises me how we didn't cover the subject of AI. Because maybe it was there, but it wasn't an issue at all. But now it is a major issue. And the UN is taking a critical interest in AI. Okay, because the issue is the generative aspect of the AI. It's learning. And so every information you put in that bot, it's helping the system know you and know you better. You get it? Like Google, I mean, we have like in the search box, I saw a recent ranking about people who put, explicit questions. And I realized that Ghana is up there. Yes. You understand? So people are beginning to type personal things. People are beginning to type and it gets a bit intrusive. One aspect of AI, and there's this organization called the Center for AI and Digital Policy. Okay, they do a lot of advocacy. And they realize this aspect of AI called mass surveillance. Okay, so you can just be walking through an airport, and then all that they are doing is, and this is sponsored, to just be scanning people's faces and then just storing them. You get it? So it's a major issue. What the UN has done is through UNESCO, they have implemented something, they brought a guideline called the UNESCO's recommendation on AI ethics. Okay, so these, you will say are declarations, they are principles, but states are supposed to look at these and then they will serve as a guide to regulators. The industry is always ahead of they are always ahead of the government or the regulators. Okay, but they got experts to put these documents together so that we can see how to safeguard ourselves, like people like you and I. So it's a major issue, but then we have, and recently the UN, the UN Secretary General, I think Gutierrez or so, he says that, look, he's going to create a new, because Ghana will be a new ministry. Yes, on AI. And he's equating it to an agency like the International Atomic Energy Agency. Okay, that looks at radioactivity and all these things, which is a sub-body under the UN. So they are planning on creating something like that. So they can narrow down on some of these issues. And the number one reason is on human rights. So it's an issue. It depends on the government and where they are with these technologies and whether they are really following. Like what Italy did to ChatGPT. They ban and then they ask like more questions, more information. Okay, show the sources. Before they were able to come back. So it depends on us as I mentioned. And I know we were carefully selected by the UN. You have government stakeholders. You have, academia, you have, so please, if you have the voice, you can take some of these.
Hello, I'm Hetty. Before my question, I would like to make a statement from observation so that we all take notes. And I just want to find out, from answers right now. Among those who asked questions, how many ladies asked? Yes. Just a session. None. Okay. So when I raised my hand, someone heckled me. No, relax. I just want to make a point. Hey, madam, you have been asked the questions you are using on me. And someone who had taken the mic before and said that the way is open for ladies to participate loud instead of encouraging, please let's answer the question.
Honestly speaking, if I should ask the ladies here, how many people understood everything you said and genuinely wanted to ask the question? You have more hands now. I don't know. Yeah, you have more than
Yes.
this hands now.
Yes.
None of the men that raised their hands were heckled. We might think it's all fun and drinks, but these are the little things that you think that you put grants, we grant scholarships for people, so let them pass. These are little comments. I had a friend who was doing an all-meal course, and yes, she was brought in because the university put a percentage there and lowered the cut-off point. But the kind of comments the lecturer kept passing, she dropped the course. She dropped it, yes, but she was discouraged. So please, and please, let's encourage each other. I'm sure there are more people who have questions, but maybe because some people are shy, naturally. Yes, for me, I don't mind. Everyone that knows my business, I can raise my hand to my professor and say, I think you're doing this. Yes. That's good. Yes, that's how I am. That's how I am. I've had issues with people for that. I've had people comment me for that. That in this Africa you will struggle, but out there, that's the kind of person they want. So I shouldn't change. So please, it might be all fun and games, but you don't know what you are subtly planting in someone's head. You see, not everybody can speak, as fluent. So they're also afraid, hey, now what they say, they laugh at me and those things. So please, let us encourage each other. So to my question. Then internet right. I made an observation. It looks like, I don't know if then when it was made, there was no issue with gender. There was no mention about gender. Was it intentional? Or I know gender has been a big deal about, yes, gender in there. Or because a lot of, we have more people in the global south stating that, they are just a number of genders and other people accepting all genders. Another thing too was for the step one, life, liberty, and security.
Yes.
And I realized that they put liberty there. And liberty, I'm just wondering why the emphasis for liberty, because in the first part, I see liberty as freedom. And in the first one, it says universality and equality, and we are born free. And then I'm thinking about, okay, what other restriction could there be? Maybe speech. Then 4 comes in with, you can express yourself. So is there a reason why the liberties emphasize the is there something else they are covering? Because I really felt that maybe the first and the 4th one having liberty. Yes. So is it that they are placing an emphasis, or is liberty in the context of life, security, or I'm just thinking around?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. Yes. Yeah, so my simple question would be that when something is so important, okay, like people will repeat, because I really get you the combined effects of the first, and the 4th, right? Yes. We'll talk about like liberty and the freedom, but then you come to the 4th, the 6th, and then they repeat, or they do a repeat of what? The liberty. And then maybe because they've added with life and security. But my honest understanding is that that's the principle of the rights to life. And that's the principle of the rights to like freedom to express yourself. The life aspect is like very important. So I am not surprised to see a repetition or emphasis. So there's like a little overlap. But I will encourage you to read the whole chapter on the principles of human rights, okay, because it elaborates further, it takes things and then gives a lot of explanation to it. Okay, so read the whole document. This is the summary 10 points for you to carry with you. Yeah. Remember that when it comes to these things, we are what? We are learning. You understand? We are always, that's the IG space. Like people will tell you they are 15 years, 12 years. And things are always new. Yeah, so you get to forums like this and you feel free, ask questions. You can ask people who are like dons and then they will tell you like this, but yes. And I like the comments you made. Okay, these, I think there are things that we don't take or we take for granted. And there's something we are trying to unlock as far as the gender part is concerned. Okay, because we feel like everything is okay and women should take interest. I'm trying to convince my wife to come into this field and say, hey, forget about your education. You know, so there are things that's my perspective. There are things that we probably take for granted, but maybe, just maybe, those are the things that like will discourage people. So let's be mindful. Yeah. Thank you. I like the it's something that people like say, but that should be taken as right. It's like, oh, your team. Yes. Okay.
So who want to ask?
Okay, so my name is Bernard.
Yes.
My question is, okay, so we know that the UN Security Council normally impose sanctions on countries whereby there's coup or sometimes there's war. But when, let's say, in 2013, when Edward Snowden broke silence about the NSA engaging in mass surveillance.
Yes.
And there has been evidence that was shared and all that. Does the UN Security Council or any council under UN impose sanctions on such countries that's involved in mass surveillance? Because I don't recall them imposing any sanction on US when Edward Snowden actually brought to the attention of the public such engagements by the NSA.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this president. So, whilst I don't have a lot of expertise in that space, especially the Security Council, okay, I am tempted to believe that sometimes, when the US is involved in some of these things, they end up like being one of the biggest funders, of most of these spaces. That's my personal opinion. So that if it was another country, it would have been different. Yes, it would have been different. When it comes to this mass surveillance thing, you realize that PE and major state agencies of governments like the US, like Europe, the G8, you find yourself that yes, the UN is talking about these things, but they are the people doing those things. You understand? They are the people doing those things. And then what the UN does is like to come up with some guidelines, come up with some ethics, and so it's a gray area. It's a bit gray area. But I always see, I've seen efforts by the policy makers. Okay, in Washington, I believe they've started something on AI, regulation for AI. And then when you come to the EU, I am sure you passed something. Yes, the EU, something recently. Yes, it's in there. Very good. You see, so I've seen the EU like trying to really do something like they did for the GDPR. But we need to do African. Like yesterday, I was listening to the fact that you see some copycats, nature as far as our data protections are concerned. So if it is one, why don't we come together as AU and then do one draft document and see how we can say we are adopting. So,
okay, so please can take more questions.
Yeah.
Because of time, otherwise we'll be late.
And we can always interact.
Yeah.
We can always interact.
So
Great
don't keep quiet on the questions. During the session, you can still ask me. All right. Okay, so it's time for snack break. Was supposed to have done person with extra. Let me just fix it. Because the Africa is already with us. So, please, I think.
So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from green, hotel like green fields, from a cold still rail, a smile from a veil. Do you think you can tell? And did I get you to trade your heroes for ghosts? Hot ashes for trees, hot air for a cold breeze, cold comfort for change. And did you exchange a walk on a part in the war for a lead role in a cage? Fears. Oh, I wish you were here. We just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old ground. What we found, the same old fears. Oh, I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. How I wish you were. Somebody is working out the sound system. The sound system. Say Jaja rhythm. Jaja rhythm. You're moving through space and time. Brother, don't fear, ain't got no fear. It's beating down the best line. Why don't you get on board this Iron Express? It's saying Coco, Coco, it's Coca-Cola. Coco, Coco, it's Coca-Cola Rasta. Rasta yeah. Coco, Coco now, Coca-Cola. Coco, Coco, it's Coca-Cola Rasta. Rockin' up, we gonna rock you. In the night, in the day up, we gonna rock your soul. We positively moving up, oh, weaving your time. No matter what you say or do, you're gonna rock you down. That's why we saying, Coco, Coco, it's Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Coco, Coco now, Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Rockin' it, rockin' it, rockin' it, rockin' it, we gonna rock you. In the night, in the day, yeah, we gonna rock your soul. We positively moving up, oh, within your time. No matter what you say or do, you're bound to rock them down. That's why we're saying Coco, Coco, it's Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Rasta land. Coco, Coco now, Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Coco, Coco now, Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Coco, Coco now, Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Baruch Ata Adonai. Baruch Abba Yerushalayim. Baruch Ata Adonai. we for countryside. You be there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. You be there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. You be there, they go see we, oh. You go follow man, them go, for countryside. You be there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. Time no the wait for nobody what to far quan. I want to what yes with the waste time. Everybody get your own blessing. I check my nasu will be so why you the hate man? By the time I'm ready to better when I be drama on my temal and the baseline. People say me you may hint to be chim cause you have my chair go to I'm in the daytime. If it's a more drama what the love it's an I'm fam I know the call back. I feel like me who's the fame no be all that. So what you me peg everybody go fall back. So when the good time comes so the money pile up for the countryside. If be there when I go see the people go stack on the ride inside. They go see we for countryside. If you there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. If you there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. If you there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. If you there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go. Countryside. If I think about the place where I came from and all the things that I've been through, it's kind of funny how you niggas wanna say something. Say the beer me say more crowd me soon. Cause I started off broke. Oh mummy I'm a con but the nigga don't choke. Nobody for try me if you know they want smoke. I know it's hard but I'm giving y'all hope. When you're feeling like the world is against you and you're back against the wall, God is gonna send you an angel. Yeah, me baby I go rise when you fall, so don't stop, stay strong. It'll be overnight, it will take long. When you go 10 times down, you go rise 10 times up. Sing along. Can you hear this song? If you hear this song, get your kicks on. No time, my brother, we gone. We gone. You know, you need a grow no more. We don't feel waste time for no pagan brothers. No more. They go see we for countryside. You be there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. You be there, they go see we. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. If you there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. If you there, they go see we, oh. They go follow man, them go, for countryside. We Jean. We Jean. We gone. We Jean. Can you hear this song? If you hear this song, get your kicks on. No time, my brother, we gone. We gone. You know, you need a grow no more. We don't feel waste time for no pagan brothers. No more. They go see we for
Let's go off. Go off from your side.
It's yours. Okay, so is that me? All right. Okay, so I can use. Okay. I have a very loud voice. Correct. All right. So information concerning all of us, how people are using it, it matters. You know, people say, oh, I have nothing to lose. I think that's the most dangerous statement you can ever make. You have a lot to lose. They say if you are not what? You are, if it is free, then you are the product. Yes. So there's nothing absolutely free, even salvation, which by God's own somebody has already paid the price. Somebody has paid the price, and you also give what the necessary steps. All right, so now let's look at, you know, data protection is or privacy is not a big issue, and every sector of life, something is being made mention about it. So how can we go ahead and educate others? All right. So now let's see. All right, so all right. So what are we talking about today and why is it necessary? Okay, so now let's look at this. Many people have multiple devices, and that any one of us have only one device connected to the internet. At least you have two. Your what? Your mobile phone and what? Your listening. And the number of accounts you have on it are multiples of them. Now, each of these ones, regardless of where you are connected to, you have provided some information that can be used or must be used by the party to process your account. So you can't say you are not sharing. You have already shared several ones of them. And if there's anything I'm so happy I'm using now, and I also regret for me that is the internet. We have already uploaded so much about ourselves, and I wish someone on the internet that it possible to me. So it's a necessary evil that we are dealing with. But this knowledge and understanding would help us to, you know, control the ones behind us. So your children, your nephews, your aunties, how you can control so that, you know, they will have that basis so that they will not commit the same errors that we have done. It's very necessary. And I learned that cue from Jacqueline yesterday. 2 years old, they are using the gadget, but how can we come to their level so that they can understand? Simply because your own child will compromise you. Look at that recording device. Recording it and it is shared there. All right. Okay, so today we are going to talk about how to protect this information that we actually collect. All right. So why does privacy matter? All right, so first of all, what is privacy in itself? It means different things to different people, but these are the basic collections that we are looking at. All right, so when I say privacy is what? An individual's right to control the collection, use, and disclosure of information about himself or herself. So you control it as to whether you are giving it or you are not going to be. That's the control you have. Okay, you have it, but don't share it with what A, B, and C. That's the control. And that is what the privacy we are talking about here. All right. So if you are in the bathroom or wherever, you don't want people to come. You are controlling the kind of things they see about you. So that is what a form of control. You don't want everybody to see your nakedness, and it's a form of what control. However, in the information age, these are the same things that are happening. All right. So why does privacy matter? Number one, limits on power. Now remember, the more information people have about you, the more vulnerable or control they have on you. So the more you are sharing, everybody knows you are here. You have taken part and more. You are here doing that. All right. So they know the dress you are putting on. When they spot you somewhere, they have control. So the more you share, the more control you are giving out. But the more you limit it, the more power you limit the power anybody can have about you. There are certain people, all right, that you wouldn't know who they are, what they own. All right. I went to this place, Bumuafete, for a holiday. Yeah, I like holiday a lot. If I'm tired, if this letter could have been delivered online, I would have been somewhere and I would have done it. Yes. All right. So I went there. I wanted to book a particular place. Then they gave me the number. So when I said it was one big politician in Ghana here, his place that he has built and they have been hiring and other things for that.
So if you want to go, he has to know who is coming there and all that things. And I got to know the wife's number. So we started again. He was asking me questions. Now I said, who are you also? Because if you want to look at the line went there, and she never responded to any of my calls again. And of course, I will definitely check. I will try and send you more, and I'll put the number, and I'll put the date. But I will forget. I will get the name. All right. So, by see, now I know that this property belongs to them, and they hear that. But maybe the next time I want to be, I'll call them directly. I'm not going to be like that. But if it is limited and nobody knows they have that power, you don't intrude into their privacy. So you see, people who are very private, they have more power over you. Who is always making them noise, showcasing to the whole world everything you do, in fact, the food you are eating right now, said you want people to know. You are giving us so much information about you. All right. Then also what? Respect for what? Individuals. Privacy as I respect individuals. If a person has a reasonable desire to keep something private, it is disrespectful to ignore that certain situations without compelling reason to do so. So I don't want people to know. So you take a picture with somebody, the person that you want to share. Okay, it's for the two of us. So why would you go ahead and share it? Why would you go ahead and speak about it? Without consent. All right. So if an individual says, don't use my information for this, it's my information. That's what respect what set an individual. Then also what? Reputation management. All right. So privacy enables people to manage their reputations. How we are judged by others affect our opportunities, friendship, and overall well-being. See, perception is very, very critical. The perception you have about somebody will influence you always in the kind of decision you make about those individuals. So it is very, very important to maintain what our privacy, to maintain that. You see, if you don't know so much about the individual, the kind of respect and other things you give. And it happens to all of us, in a very subtle manner. For example, there was one time one lady in a church. What? She gave me a ride. We closed from church and she gave me a ride. The ride. No, you said, yeah, this is car. No, the truth is, my perception, approach, and everything changed towards her. Oh, wow. You stand. It was instant. Because what can out to there for me? All right, then. Now you see, so I see the car was breathing. Guys. So and you see, if you are like and somebody goes down, so perception and reputation, it counts a lot. So somebody may disrespect you because of things that you have posted, things that they know or have access to about you. All right. Then maintaining what appropriate for social boundaries. There are so many people, for example, where I stay, my immediate environment, well, people know me to be very quite close. People are now on Qatar. You have no idea about me. I don't talk. Yes, I don't talk. You understand? Yes. But within that environment, I don't want that kind of association. So I limit myself. There are so many people, they say this guy had gone to get this one that I have no idea of what he was. You understand? So you limit that so that what you maintain that social boundary, that limitation that who can have access to you, who cannot have access to you. Then also it builds what? Trust. Now, trust is one of the most important commodities. With it, you can be hurt easily. Without it, you can't thrive. If I don't trust you, why should I leave an information with you? How do I give you certain things? Well, when you come to my house where I live, 3 people have access to my backup key, my spare key, correct? Because there are times that I can go. Previously, to maintain my pen drive, I used to have my pen drive stuck to my key. So there are times I go somewhere and I play something and I forget. When I can't go, I'll just call the next person because I trust them. But these same people will also what? Utilize that trust against me. So it is important that privacy is what can maintain that trust that individuals have. Then control over one's life. Personal data is essential. So many decisions made about us, from whether we get a loan, a license, or a job, for our personal and professional reputations. Yes. So control by one side. So you see, the kind of comment you have, there are times that, like writing, I could get so angry and write so many things. But before I have a personal responsibility, before I post, I will still read again. It will wait and then I will just drop everything. Recently, when the teacher issues happened, the NTC certificate, I wrote about what 2 pages. I have close friends as teachers. My family members, a lot of them are teachers. And the conclusion I came to was, you see, they may not read it with the lens with which I read it. So the interpretation will be very different. How do I go back and explain? So that alone made me drop everything. I didn't know so there are implications of whatever you do. Fine, freedom of thought and speech. Yeah, we are able to talk. You see, if your privacy is ensured, you can say anything, you can manage the situation, and it will be very perfect. But without it, if your privacy is not ensured, of course, there's no data protection training that have gone by one rule. We call the Chatham House rule. Yeah. That rule says that in a meeting like this, whatever we say, this guy, you can use it, but don't attribute it to an individual. That's the Chatham House rule. All right. So if I know whatever I can share maybe personal statement, it will not go out. I will be able to speak freely. But you will not. So you can use it in examples, but you need to mention my name. And it is perfect. But if I'm afraid, I know somebody will go and say, oh, this guy doesn't say so. That example that will be the best fit for the situation. I will skip it. All right. Then also what? Freedom of social and political activities. Privacy helps protect our ability to associate with other people and engage in political activity. A key component of freedom of political activity is the ability to do so with privacy. One choose. So yes, you have people connected with, you are adding them to a group, a political group, without even informing them. Then you just add, then their profile. Me, I'm somebody, my profile is mine. Listen, it's always not my profile. My image, my profile, I've never changed it before. It's always there. See me, this is me. And I hold myself accountable to things that I say there. In this life, if I'm with a bad, at least one person. I tell people freely. You understand? Okay, so if you are having people who are in a political platform, see, regardless of whatever you say, we are all political animals. You are aligned to one political party or the other. No, you say, don't take that video and therefore that it's a lie. We all do it. No, you can't buy the ideology of one political. Maybe fine, you are like maybe 8 years, else. But I could follow his people from the or Mahama and his people will keep on misbehaving. So from my auditing perspective, 8 years for this one, they are from the same manner. So this one, that is my opinion. All right, and I have voted for them at different times. Oh, it's kind of rough and I don't yes. You understand? All right, but if I know I'll be protected on this platform, so that next time people do not. All right. I associate myself with the political party. And I have NPP friends, NCC friends, and I'm thinking like that, and I'm very professional about it. Oh, yes. I go to some of the ministers in their office as we speak. I have engagement and talk. NBC, their last election, I was a delegate, I was having this in fully playing all roles. And I'm among them. I've never told anybody from this side or any other side. And I don't want inside NBP time. When we come to NBC, I will give you facts and figures and things. So because my privacy is assured, so I am who said it. Remember, if you know that one, you will say that don't go there. So these are some of the things that privacy what offers us an ability to change and have a second chance. Yes, you knew that guy yesterday that he was A, B, and C, but today that person is a new person. If you hold those old records without protecting it, you may think that person is the same. He's not Jesus. Well, the same yesterday, today, and forever. We are human beings and we can always change. All right, and also not having to explain yourself or justify oneself. So always an important reason why privacy matters is not having to explain or justify oneself. We may do a lot of things which, if judged from afar by others, lacking complete knowledge or understanding, may seem odd or embarrassing or worse. Now, one of them happened is what you want. There's a WhatsApp on yes, you know, you never understand from her perspective. So you sit down somewhere and judge her. Yeah, that's a conclusion now. And she will not have the chance to speak to everybody explaining their issue. So that's how people will not even want to say it, but they are not sure of their privacy. But if they are sure, they know that their privacy is what is protected. All right, so we can go on and on and on, and talk about the importance, the reason why privacy matters. So that goes in that we have nothing very much, but you have everything time. We all have everything. All right. Now the major focus about these things is for personal data. All right, and as a result of it, there are so many laws, rules, and regulations across the world from different angles that governs how our information is being used or how it should be used. All right, so what counts as for personal data? When you hear these things, what does it bring to you? All right, so technically speaking, personal data is any information that can be used to identify an individual. Any information. So it is not because the information belongs to you that is what makes it personal, but rather any information that can be used to uniquely identify you out of all of us here. That is what personal data. All right, so things like what? Your name, race, ethnic origin, religion, marital status, educational level, email addresses, messages, the IP addresses you are using, your age, medical records, fingerprints, voice prints, genetic data. All right, and in addition, your income, purchases, spending habits. All right, banking information, credit or debit card, Visa cards, switch card. All right, your loan or credit report, tax returns, Ghana card, SNIT number, and any form of identification at all. The words you write, the things you post, it can help us to know it is coming from this angle. Your philosophical beliefs, which are even in your head, they are all personal, but they can be used to identify you. All right, and these are all the information that a lot of organizations are collecting. So when you go online and they are showing you certain address by the side, by the right hand side of your search engine, it's a lot of information you have already gathered. But were you aware they were collecting this information? You were just enjoying the browsing, you were just enjoying the clicking. Yes, they are. All right, so they collect all this information and build what? A profile about you that suits you, fits you in perfectly. Then they begin to advertise accordingly to you. Then you wonder, why am I seeing this? Why am I seeing that? But as a result, it was something we have done. But the question is, if they were open to you, that you are sure that this is the information they are going to do, would you have continued using that service? Were you deceived into what? Agreeing to use that service? Were they open and transparent to you, telling you that this is what we are going to use the information for? Of course, if you and I knew we were the product, there's no way. All right. Okay. Now, looking at it from these angles, at our various locations where we work, we also use secret data. Right now, I'm sure most of us, we have a lot of contacts. Okay, we are on the same platform, we have same numbers and other things like that. Now, if one person, okay, the average, okay, if I look at our pieces and the backgrounds they are coming from, averagely, everyone will be low to about 5 groups. Right, very low. Let's take it average 5 groups. And we have 512, okay? So multiply that by what? 5. We are getting about what? 2,500. Records for free. For free. Okay, what if you sit down and compile this and then you go and give it to your colleague, a friend, who is what? An insurance broker. So these numbers, in my contact and connection, they will all be ready to do insurance. They will be yes, they are big men, big women. I know doctors, I know, you bring that. and they start sending messages to them. Is that the right way? We connected on that platform for GhanaSIG to educate ourselves, not for you to share it. So at what circumstances can you process personal data? Either in your organization or at a personal level. All right. So these are the things that we want to learn. When can you process data? All right. Now, when it comes to personal data, we have two different categories. Okay. We have the normal personal data. We have the special categories of our personal data, or in other circles, Ghana we call it special categories. But in other jurisdictions, you hear sensitive data. For example, the GDPR regulation about sensitive data. Okay. The sensitive data, these are the type of personal information that can be used to discriminate against people. All right. Or when it is exposed, the harm will be very severe to the individual. So, for example, if somebody gets to know that one of us is HIV positive, see, we've been talking about that in theory. So you see them hugging people and other areas, it's a lie. Let's say somebody is HIV right now. When we are going to this, you be by the person, no, tell them, oh, and everybody I've been sitting down for too long, I want to stand. It's a lie. It's a what? Elimination by rock. You understand? That is what the individual do. So you see, you lead to that stigmatization before you realize nobody is talking to that individual anymore. So those are what sensitive. So health records and those kind of, they are very sensitive. All right. So now, before you can process people's data, there are 6 legal bases. Now, when we say legal base, that is outside that it is wrong. If you don't have any one of them to process people's data, then you cannot. And by processing of people's data, personal data, we mean their collection, their use, their distraction, anything you do about it. So even looking at it, using your eye to look at the records of people on a PC is what? Processing. When you are rearranging files in alphabetical order, so let's assume I have the list of all of us here. If I'm arranging it in alphabetical order, or by region, by country, all those are called processing. All right. So before you can do any of these are some of the things that apply. Number one, the consent of the individual. Now, consent is the most widely used, but the weakest in terms of legality. Because what the law says that if the individual gives consent, they can withdraw. So I can say yes, go ahead and use my information. But the next minute I come and say no, don't do it. So if you are processing people's data, it's the weakest. So if you are relying on that, then it's definitely find ways of using it. Okay, now necessary for the performance of a contract. If you are engaging in a contract with an individual organization, then they can process your information. So, for example, employer-employee relation is contract. The rules of Ghana say that if you are employing somebody, you need to pay their slave, and you need to know their name and all those kinds of things. So, by that order, there's no way anybody will engage you in employment without processing what? Your personal data. And in that regard, they don't need your consent. Because it's a legal requirement they have to fulfill. So they will go ahead and process your personal data. All right, then necessary for compliance was a legal obligation. Now, throughout towards Ghana card law and all those kind of things, you could go to the bank and use for any form of identification. But now it is mandatory that you use only Ghana card. So if the organization is fulfilling that, then it's what a legal requirement. They are complying to a regulatory requirement. So in your case, also you assess this information that we are collecting, which law backs us to do that? So if there's no law that backs you, the person has not indicated, go ahead, giving their consent, then you cannot do that. All right, then what? Protect the vital interest of the individual. Now, when we say vital interest, is about life and death matter. So, for example, if at your office a colleague is in coma, the person cannot talk. Okay, we need to go and check the health records and know what ailment or illness the individual is suffering from. In doing so, we are processing their personal data because we are going to have a look at it. We are going to know the ailments. But doing so, we will be quoting what the vital interest, because we want to save their life. So maybe probably the person is on asthma. And every asthmatic individual would always have what this is around them. So we need to set the back, the drawers, and we get the inhaler. We give it to that person. The person is what? Alive. We have not infringed on his rights, but we wanted to save the life. So we can go ahead and at those circumstances to process the personal data. Then necessary for the performance of a task in the public interest. This can be stressed. What is defined as in the public interest? All right, what is defined as in the public interest? So, for example, when COVID came, okay, when COVID came, you are supposed to what? Show whether you are what? Before you enter this country, you have to show the proof that you are not what? COVID what? 19 what? Positive. By doing so, we are processing of people's what? Health information. Why didn't we do that for HIV and other sicknesses? Because we want it was in the public interest, because of how this one spreads. HIV most likely have to go and do something for that in affects you, right? And if you don't well, yeah, it's most likely. It's not about the percentage is very small. About 90% that you have to go and do something. All right, about the high percentage.
Yeah, I see what it.
You and I will. Yes, I have it. Yeah. Yes. All right, so the higher percentage is true that, all right. By this one, the breathing of the air, then you get it. So that's so it was in the public interest. So all of us are interested. That's why that thing was done. So that's how we process for people's personal information, which you already say there. Then what? Necessary for the purpose of legitimate interest. And legitimate interest comes before. It can be in you, the individual's legitimate interest. All right. So let's say, for example, Egipa, this fraternity that we have. Okay, tomorrow we get an opportunity, okay, for somebody to travel among us here to read at the conference, and we send you a mail informing you. Because we have your email, we are informing you, or we give it to a third party who is processing that to send you information that come to London and make a presentation. Will you be surprised that Egipa has given out your information, or you'll be angry? Why would you suggest me for this award? How many people will be angry? So it will be in your legitimate interest. All right, now to everybody that is here, it is our duty to know who was here, why they were here, where they are coming from, so that we can also report this to what? Our partners. So it is in our legitimate interest. So till that ordinarily, we don't expect the individual to, fight against or be surprised about them to be in their interest. However, even before you can arrive here, there's a process. We call it legitimate interest assessment. So you can't just stand up and say it is the person's interest. No. There's a process you have to identify questions you have to answer, and before you can draw that conclusion. All right. Then also, when it comes to the special categories of personal data, here we need explicit consent. Now, consent is the individuals on their own volition, understanding what you're going to use the data for, and say, yes, go ahead and use it. And it should not be under coercion. If I put a gun at your head and I say yes, that is not an acceptable consent. All right, or if I trick you into understanding how I use jargon, things that you do not understand, and you say yes, you can find that I said, no, I didn't understand what I said yes. Now, when it comes to data protection and the normal laws that we have, and that the normal laws that we have, if I accuse you of something, I have to prove. But under data protection across the world, if I say you, then you would have to come and prove. Yes, that's how it is. So it gives power to the individual. So that's how powerful it is. So if I say, okay, so you will say, Egipa, I didn't give my consent. It is hard to you to prove that. So Egipa must now prove that he gave your consent. So the law is on the side of the individual. And the individual here, depending on where you are and how we call you. Today we are here as fellows or participants. When you go to a hospital, you are a patient. When you get to Dr. Lear's school and you are in the class where the students, it's that same person. If you go to MTN, you are a subscriber. If you go to the bank, you are a customer. If you get into Trotro or Uber, you are a passenger. It's that same individual we are talking about. The person has not like here. So the law protects the individual rather than the organization or the company that is processing the information. So that is why it is the company that must find that yes, you didn't say or you said yes, but not you truly. So the power is to the people, to us. All right. Then also to protect the vital interests. Then in connection with legal proceedings or administration of justice. So for example, these are special data that we are talking about. For example, you know the your genes, okay? Genetic data, you can't process them. But for example, somebody that like a mafia behind your father's house has impregnated one of your nieces. We want to test the paternity and who is responsible. Either to absorb the guy that you did it or you did not do it. So we get any of these things that we can test for the gene and see that whether it is the one or not. So in terms of legal matters, we can go ahead and process people's personal data that are even more sensitive. All right. Then also, information already made public by the data subject. Now this is where we all come across. Now, if I ask you, who is Canadian? Ghana politician. Who told you how to do?
When you talk about
What? The way he talks.
it's a very vibrant.
Okay, the way he talks. Okay, so does it mean if anybody talks vibrant, then the person is what? A politician. Which political party does he belong to?
That will be your role.
No, how did you know? Who the media? Okay, then who is Haruna Idris? How did you know? The media. So every information that the individual has publicly made about himself or herself, put it on social media, on his or her status, LinkedIn, Instagram, to say I am this, I belong to this. Those information, regardless of how you can process. You can use it. So any information you have made publicly available can be used by anybody. So that question of where did you get my information from will not apply. Did you get my consent because it will not apply? Because you have already made that information publicly available. And I'm sure we are all valuable to that. Most of the things you have posted and you sell it. So tomorrow, if we are using it, we have the basis to use it. Hello? All right, I know you have many questions. Just be putting them down. They are necessary for medical reasons and then for archival or scientific or historical purposes. Okay. There are certain things that, regardless of whatever purpose we collected the information from, rather, every time we collected your personal information for this particular activity. So anything within this fraternity we can use. But if, for example, we share this information with an insurance company. We have our friend from Glasgow here. I think he didn't come today. Then the guy come and say, "Oh, I beg you, this people give them their data so that I can sell insurance." Then we give it. We have not used it for that purpose. So we are infringing on the principle. But if it is for archiving or scientific or historical or research purpose, it can be used for that. So if, for example, the University of Ghana, so Africa, over the years we've been conducting this, can you give us that data so that we can see the trend of the kind of people that come, the caliber to track and see the effect it's had on them, and we share it for research purposes, then we are not infringing. So regardless of whichever data you collect, if it's for this purpose, and the purpose to an academia or an institution recognized for conducting research, then we can use that information regardless of the initial purpose for which we collected it. All right. So these are some of the basis for which you can collect or process for personal data. So now the question, in your organization, which of the bases are you using to collect the information? So the fact that you are collecting it doesn't mean it is right. And if you don't have any use, you can't tell us this is what we are using this for. That is not right. There are times that we are feeling a photo. Now we try to get it. What are we going to use it? So don't worry, we'll find later on, we'll find a way to do it. No. You don't collect data in anticipation of use. At the point of collection, there must be the purpose for which you are collecting it. If it's not there, you don't collect the data or think about what to do. You know. All right. Yes, one of them. Yeah, you just need one of the bases to be able to process the data. So you don't need only one. All right. Now, businesses have obligations to protect you. And what are they supposed to do? To their businesses. Now, the business what applies to all points of what collection of what data. So your school, your church, and everywhere, all the association belongs to whatever, they have the obligation to protect you. All right. Most online activities involve what personal information. There's no way you can register on any platform online without they taking your name, your email address. Hardly. That you just go and enter and use and come back. I don't think it works. At least they will still collect your IP address, which is also a personal data. All right. But sharing your personal information with business doesn't mean giving up control about it. So yes, I can share with you for your purpose. But it doesn't mean I'm giving absolute control. No, I'm not giving up control. I still have the control. All right. Then at 8:40 we set the ground for 100% information. Now at 8:40 is our Ghanaian law. That the Data Protection Act. And thank God we have one of them here. Yes. I don't know whether you know him already. They know you already. They don't know you. Okay, well, I will be him because it's for our use here. He works at the commission, so he's my supervisor when it comes to that one. Yes. And he's in charge of examination and certification. So anytime we finish training and they are here, yes. All right. Okay. All right. So they deal with the act and they implement that commission that implements the act. Okay, we'll be talking about how you can report your issues to them. All right. And it applies equally to small and big business, whether it fits out of or and what actual building or only online. So it's not because they are online so we can't get it. No, you are waiting within Ghana. You are using Ghanaian citizens' data, then you are supposed to comply with the law. All right. So I don't know whether your organization will hear that the data protection people are calling, they are enforcing them. Very soon you will see they will come and close down your shop, your business, because you are not registered with it, you are not doing it right. They have done that and they continue to do it. If not, because every organization in Ghana that collects people's data, employs people are supposed to do that. And you can imagine Ghana is very big. So if they are not watching to you, you better go and do the remedy before they catch up with you. All right. Then the act requires businesses to collect, use, or disclose your information by fair and lawful means. That means you will have a reason for collecting the data and you are going to use it appropriately. All right. Then anytime something does not appear to be required for the product or service to find, say no or ask the organization about it. So it's not because they ask you to fill. You can put yourself there, you call them, this information, what are you going to do? And they need to be able to explain to you. All right. Now, there are so many privacy rights. You see, we are talking about human rights, information, and other rights. So there are a lot of what right now you need to also go under the data protection. All right. Now, how many of you trust businesses and government to protect your privacy? Do you trust them? You trust Google to protect your information? Facebook? Then why are you still there? You don't trust them, I am still there. No. It's a necessary evil. All right. So that's how you should be able to also hold them accountable. Is that correct? All right. The government and people have the responsibility to protect you. The right to privacy is rooted in laws, in regulations, and policies to protect you. Okay. My colleague Jake made so many mention about the laws. So it is the law. You see, things about law, you don't go and fight about it. Just make the person aware. That's how police are always free or lawyer, but they are free of lawyers. And there's a language they use, then they say, are you a lawyer? Then the guy will not mind you. That's what they tell you. So, okay. All right. Do you have anything to say? The ordinary man will say no. All right. There's a difference between I don't have anything to say then. There's a difference of saying I don't have anything to say now. So which means now I can have something to say. So the moment the person uses that, the police know this guy is a lawyer. They know that the way they speak it. Okay, you want to be arrested for not having access. Show me the nearest police and I will report. You start with police in you see the difference. I say, show me the left, I will go and report myself. It's a difference. Then you know that this guy is a lawyer. We are learning. Oh, yeah. So there are some terms they do. What they do that not. You are not qualified to ask them of their license and others. Yeah, so they will not give it to you. You will not waste time with the process. All right. Okay. In Ghana, the data protection commission is mandated by the administrator to regulate the collection of personal data. So there's a whole commission set up to oversee that. You may or may not have heard of it, but it doesn't mean that things about law, so long as it is gazetted, it is assumed everybody knows. That's why the government will not come and announce you. When COVID, you only saw the tax for the things you pay. Yes, you do hear them telling you that it was passed in parliament, it was gazetted, satisfied the mandatory legal requirements, so it is law. You don't need to hear or know about it, but if you default, it will chase after you. Yes. Okay. Now, as an example, business needs to disclose how they are collecting and using your information. And how do they do that? Every business is supposed to tell you. All right. So on their website, their data protection policy tells you why they are collecting your data, why they are collecting your phone number. The time is me. Is it 1 hour? They took my time. Yeah, take it back. Okay. All right. So we have to quickly go to. All right. So your rights. These are some of your rights. Okay. So the right to be informed, to tell you why we are collecting the data, then how you can have access to the data. So you can go, don't exercise it now, but if you do, you will respond. Egifa, I want to know all the information you have about me, what you are using it for, who you are sharing it with, and how you intend to keep it, and we are supposed to respond to that. It's not something that you are begging us with by law. You are supposed to have that with any organization. So not only Egifa, any organization in Ghana that has your personal data, you can request for it. Yes, you can request for it. And you also have the right to rectification, to make changes to it. Then the right to erasure. Fine, all these rights we are talking about, there are basically two types of rights. We have the qualified rights. Okay, qualified rights are related to certain conditions being met. Now, for example, the right to life, that's why it's not a qualified right. It's inherent. You don't have to beg anybody to do that. There's no condition that must be met before you can do. All right. So quickly, to access your data, you can do this. This is the process to have your data. You can have access to all your personal data. All you have to do is to put it into writing. Then show proof of identity. So if you say, okay, I am Desmond Kichi and I'm there, I will tell you, ask, show me a proof that indeed you are, because you may not come here, you may be writing to us. Then you show a card or something that we do the necessary checks. Then we get the clarification. Okay, that's why is it the attendance or which part of the information? You say all the information. Okay, if you say all, the law also gives out the listen that if maybe you want every information, it will cost us to print. We'll pass on that cost to you. All right. Maybe about 70 pages. We can't print 70 pages for you. So we bring the payment and then we'll do it and then we'll send the information to you. Yes. All right. Then now penalties for non-compliance, either a fine or a prison term. Which one do you want? Okay, but in most cases, it is both. Now let me quickly go through this one. All right, so now these are the under our Ghanaian laws, these are the penalties that we have. Whether you know about it or not, these are the penalties. And you can go to the prison terms of about 10 years. 10 years. Now the GDPR is even more treated. You don't go to prison. But fine up to 4% of the total annual global revenue. Yes. 4% of your total annual global revenue. So you will hear Google, Facebook, they'll be found what 600 million euros, millions dollars, and they pay. And even that is not up to their 4% their total revenue. So that one is being heftier in terms of fines. But in our Ghanaian law, the maximum you can pay 5,000, one penalty unit is 12 cities. So if you multiply by that, the highest you are 5,000. So that we can pay up to 60,000 Ghana cedis. Or you go to a prison terms of what, 10 years or both, depending on how severe it is. Now, some of the things that what if you fail to register, so be the company owners, that's one. If you fail to do, you are the ultimate decision maker. So they can arrest you because you have failed to register. And you can pay either 250 penalty units or you do what prison of what 2 years or both of them. No, that is what it means. All right, and the most one is that what sale of personal data. Yes, this one, the sale of personal data. So because you have access to people's information, you're a teacher, a lecturer, you have access, you give it out. or you sell to people to go and use for their research and other things, you can go to a prison of what? You can after what 5 years or what? Or you pay what 2,500 or penalty units. Ghana, one penalty unit is 12 cedis, so you multiply 2,500 plus 5 years. That's for what personal data matters. All right. So there's a lot of what things we will talk about, but I think it is time and we'll end it here so that if we have any questions, the slides will be made available to you. If you have any concern, you can report to the Data Protection Commission. You go online, they have numbers that you can call and other things to report your issue. So thank you very much.
We have many more questions.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And mostly at school, you'll be there when they will send you a message that this collection of clothes can be found on counties, and then you don't put your number out. You'll be there and you'll saw it as parents. So votes for the person, you might be in the person's fault. So it's like the school has given our numbers out, and sometimes even in our emails, they send us mail. So can we take the school on, or they are giving out the information for the ultimate review? Because something like the clothing line will send you a message that they've opened the shop on campus. Meanwhile, I'm not in need of it or need of like that.
So that is inappropriate. So, but after whether it is the school that is giving it out or not, we can't ascertain. But there are so many sources by which they can get that information from there. They can go online if you're on YouTube, people do what data scrapping. Okay, they can get everybody's what information, including the group in which we are. If I decide to gather about 10 what group that belong to and share that information, you can also go out as well. But yours is to find out, where did you get my information from? That's the first point. Then you can take them on. But remember also, taking them on does not mean you are going to get a financial compensation. Yesterday I had and there's a birth and death register. Yeah, you very mention that you take them on and you know, see, when you take them on, it doesn't mean you get. Now, for the court to award compensation, they need to do that. There's a material effect on your privacy. Okay, now they use your data. They said, what privacy concern? What is the effect? What harm did it cause to you? So you should be able to establish that establish that harm, then it can be quantified for compensation. But if not, then the only remedy that put a stop to it. So at times you look at the monetary value you get, you realize that you spend more on legal matters. So you better approach them and tell them to stop. Yeah.
Okay.
So
You take somebody's picture without the person's consent, and that person can he or she dispute you. And then the last one is journalists are expected not to review their sources.
Yes.
So in the case of a court case, then you are being called to testify. But looking at how the case is, if you go further, you are going to expose the person who gave you the source. In this situation, how are you going to do about it?
Okay, section 96 of our Act gives an exception, all right, to certain key areas. So, for example, for a journalism piece, there's a limit to which you can use the information. So, for example, if a journalist is writing about a public official who has embezzled what public funds and has used to buy a building at what East Bengal, and you write about that, you give the house number and all those things, you are within your limits. But the moment you begin to bring a wife and children, which are not part of the central idea or the purpose, then you'll be liable. And also how you are keeping that information. So you can publish, you can use it, but how are you storing that information at your end so that other people will not have unauthorized access to it? So you have the leeway to publish, talk about it within limits, but going beyond that and bringing other people in could be what problematic. Of course, you not disclosing the source of your information. Now, regardless of whatever we say, the court has what the final decision to reach. So if the court rules, the court knows the law. But if upon all the law, they still rule that, come and testify and reveal your source, then you have to. But that one, nobody can go above the court. But they will go better. Yes.
Nice one. So,
The picture, yes, okay. Now, here, did anybody question why they are taking pictures? No, nobody question why. Because you have a reasonable expectation of it. Let me give you an example. When you go to Lebanon Botanical Gardens, okay, when you enter, there's a big inscription there that if you don't want your picture to be used in their publication or anything, then tell them, because they use drones and other things. So they have notified you. So if you don't want, the moment you go there, you report to them so that when they are taking, they don't take you. So tomorrow, if you appear in an advert online and you see yourself in Lagos Botanical Garden, you can't take them on. They have given you a reasonable notice. So if you also don't want to appear in it, tell Agifa, all the pictures that you are taking, I don't want to see myself in any of them online. Of course, if you do that one, then you will not be included. We'll make sure we take you out from anyone that we are going to discuss. Okay, that one will quickly sell you that will take you out. So, for example, if you go to a stadium, how are you going to? Who would have that reasonable time asking everybody in the stadium? Please, if you don't want to be back, tell me. No, it is unreasonable to do so. But if it is a private party, now we are paying solely by invitation people that are there, then we have a reasonable expectation of some level of privacy. So that is what to apply.
nice. Nice. So thank you so much. I'm grateful. And then we'll begin to question. You know, yesterday, Jasmine, we went to a talk and they asked us about questions, why do you need all this? So I think this has provided more clarity as to why we should be interested and why they are so thank you so much. We are grateful for an insightful presentation. So let's move on to the next speaker. So the next session is on game content. Yes, game. Game. Yeah. And then we are privileged to have colleagues from Letty Art to take us through. And then our speaker, or our main speaker, is Mr. Robertson Nino. He's a game developer at Letty Arts. He loves art, science, and video games, as well as researching. These are his main work of to pursue a career in game development. He's been in the industry for the past 3 years, and it's been a great ride journey for him so far. So, ladies and gentlemen, they try to be gender balanced. So we have a strong support from you can join them. There will no like I'm giving you how much of that. Trifina. Yes. Great. We are happy to have it. All right, so
Let's talk.
let's move on here, okay? That's not straight. All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Robertson, and I'm from Letty Arts. How many of us here know Letty Arts?
That's awesome. So for those of us who don't know this yet, I came to Florence started out in 2009. And we are the first game studio in Africa to pursue this game thing like time. So that's our deal, and that's all we're about. Yeah, so since 2009, it hasn't been easy, but yeah, and currently I'm the lead game developer there. Very young, but I do my best. So I'm here today to just talk about game design, game development. You've seen how many of us have played games before, like since child. All right, so I'm sure and you might be wondering what goes on into like making these games, what makes them possible for us to interact with them and all of that. And also maybe growing up, you might hear like maybe your parents or something or say people, maybe every time you try playing a game, they be like this thing you're doing, like what's this purpose or how important is it, that kind of energy. You get it a lot from African society. It's always everywhere, but yeah, you get it a lot. So I would just like to talk a bit on that before jumping into the game design concepts. All right. So for video games serve as a purpose or a portal for us to kind of escape reality. Anytime at all, you just pick up a mobile phone, in your PC or console to play games. Basically, you're looking for a way to escape reality. And you would want to interact with whatever you're doing in any way, but whether it's VR or maybe a console, you're using a controller. Basically, you're using all of those things to escape reality one way or the other. Yeah, sorry about this. All right, so what was I? Yes, the source of us to escape from reality. And I think forefathers or our ancestors, we've done this thing like a lot of times, especially when you see this on like traditional games like the Warrior, so on and so forth. They, although probably they are so real, you can still see them, they are so interacting with them. One way or the other, you find yourself like not thinking about like that worry or whatever that is like. Another way you can also another importance of video games is that you can in the long run learn from them. So you find out that most of the games we do at LETIAS, we try to or we tend to teach the African narrative through our games. So our whole mission here at LETIAS is to portray African culture in a more rich and in an enlightened manner. So I'll give an example. Okay, we don't just do video games, we do comics. So for our comics, I'll give an example of a character like Anansi. When Ghanaians are telling stories about Anansi, they try to make him look like a funny kind of person, bald-headed, pot belly, he crack jokes a lot. Like there's no level of seriousness attached to him. Whenever we find ourselves looking for sources of entertainment, we usually find ourselves looking towards the okay. So whenever I'm looking for sources of entertainment, we usually tend to look at the European markets for whatever they have in store for us. So we are always waiting for the next big Marvel movie, or we are waiting for the next DC movie. It's always like that. You never find a Ghanaian waiting for something very local. So what we want to do is to bring that European markets to Africa. You understand, to tell our stories in a more rich and enlightened manner, or kind of entertaining, because we have very interesting stories here. We have great characters like Yas and so on. Even GhanaSIG, I'll show you a version of our GhanaSIG. He's still the same person, but he's more entertaining, or he's more appealing. Someone who likes to do that. And this problem is very much noticeable with kids. Whenever you want to ask a kid, okay, who is your great character? You would find the kid mentioning someone like Batman, Superman, so on and so forth. Then you're like, I want, we have basic characters like Shaka Zulu here in Africa, and like our kids don't even know who Shaka Zulu is. You know, we have people like Ogonpanoche, the kids don't know who he is or what it's about. And all these stories are lingering there, and with time, they'll fade away. So we intend to kind of like revive them in a more rich and entertaining manner. So what we do with our games and comics is to just retell these stories in a modern way, yes, with a new perspective. And hopefully we have a couple of products out there you can try, but more of them will be coming next month. So stay tuned, you can follow us on our socials and you see most of the things we are working on. So all these games you guys have played before, you might be wondering, or like you may be wondering, like what exactly went into the making of this? I'm sure all of us why they are like very big people. I don't know like everyone why they, but I heard the big man sitting back there talking about this way and still hacking and all of that. And okay, before I even dive into that, what do you think goes into the creation of the game?
I think it has to do with creativity. So we can with you also have a background probably in programming. Okay. Yes. And you should also know about 3D and 2D all those kind of things.
That's one you also want to say.
Okay, so what I want to add is that first of all, you need to have a storyline, because the game has to follow a certain storyline to serve as a guide for whatever that you are going to be thinking about.
So I think I want to do the commentary on development of games, and I realized that psychology plays a lot in it. With the choice of colors, even the sounds, they want to make sounds more appealing. When you play a Candy Crush, the sound that you hear gets you excited. The kind of, pictures you see to make me want to the video. So I know there's a lot of research into all these finances.
That's awesome. Thanks for all of this. Thanks for all that. That's very true. So with all that you heard, or all that you know, do you think creating a game is a difficult thing to do? So would you think I'm lying if I'm telling you that it's actually not?
Maybe, well, creating the game might not be hard, right? But it depends on how successful you want to be. I can create a game that I'm very one of the so if I want to reach a larger community and make money out of it, then maybe you might be a little more complex. That's what I think.
So why again, or why you might be thinking, why am I saying it actually is a work like maybe creating of clothes. So when you are sewing clothes and stuff like that, you find that maybe majority of the tasks will be laid on one person's whereabouts are doing. So if it comes to like the drafting, the sewing, everything, is the woman. With games, it's more of different backgrounds. So games incorporate all of these backgrounds, whether it's the arts and psychology that, like you mentioned, maybe you're a sound engineer, ethical hacker, cybersecurity professional, any thing at all, even whether you code or you don't code, you find yourself when I'm working in a game studio and you'll be productive. Like no matter what you are doing, you can find your importance in the creation of a game. So that's what I would like to talk about. Before you go about creating any game at all, you need a game design concept. So something that a document that anyone at all looks at, it can get an overview of what exactly you want to put out there. Okay. So what's a game concept? Okay. So I'll just be talking now. I don't know why it's not sharing. Give me a second. I want this to be like interactive. As interactive as it's time. So that's why that's like right.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Sure. So in the meantime, while they are going to the sharing, maybe if you have any questions so far from what I've said about games, you can ask files.
Oh, that's cool. When
Okay. So, like I said, before going on with any game at all, you need a game concept or a game design document. And you might be asking, what is a game concept document? In its simplest form, it's an easy to understand. Okay. So it's the next stage. Okay. In its simplest form, it's the easy to understand vision that you have for your game. And it's also a way for you to sell your game idea. So maybe you are playing a game at all and you feel like, oh, hold on, I have an idea, or I feel like I can put something in there that would probably make it sell more, probably make it more explosive. You put it down in an idea school, a document, and that document becomes a game design document. So your game concepts should include exactly what a game is and what creating it involves. It also includes the story, the arts, and knowing how you are going to make money with the game. Obviously, you wouldn't want to make a game and put out and then you probably make the zero money. If your intention is to make people happy, that's also a nice honorable cause. But you would want to make money while rather to support what you are doing. So a written game concept puts everyone on the same page, knowing the expectations right from the get-go. So when they take a look at your documents, they can get an idea of what you want to get done. Maybe if in case you don't get time to make one studio, you can bring that document to a studio like or to someone like me, and I can pick it up from there and continue whatever the project is about. Moving forward. So for a game concepts, you need a working title. That's for whatever you need a working title, a concept statement, the genre of games you are trying to make. If it's a story-driven game, if it's a puzzle game, so on and so forth. You would also need to know your target audience. So if you are targeting adults, if you are targeting kids, if you are targeting teens, you need to know that, and through that informed, you make an informed decision based on that. Okay. Okay. So in the next slide, okay, I think you will also need a unique selling point for your game. So the unique selling point is basically what exactly makes your game stand out from the other games that are out there. Probably even if you want to go with something like a puzzle game, there are lots of puzzle games out there. So what makes yours stand out? Why would anyone at all want to pick up your game and then play? You need to make that very visible, and that should be the, let's say, the pilots for your game. Okay, what's actually pushes your game forward? From that side, you have to go to the product side. For this document, you shouldn't worry too much about creating everything from the ground up. You can actually consult someone who has more knowledge in this field. Maybe you can give something like a generic idea of what you want to do. And then you can sit down with a person to get going with this. Or you could actually like go with these steps too, and then come out with some reasonable documents. So you need to know what the experience and the game point of view, that's the POV. It's basically what Brian has said about the psychological approach of things. So what you need to know who your player is. That's from the target audience bit of things. What is the setting of the game? What is the fantasy the game grants the player? The emotions you want your player to feel. So maybe in a story-based game or a story-driven game, you would want to, maybe for me like this, I would want to give my player some sense of some emotion after each and every level they do. You see that some games are there when you're playing them, you feel very connected to them. That the points are maybe maybe something like a racing game. When you're steering the wheel or the car, you find yourself interested. Or if it's a soccer game you're playing and the player misses, you find yourself so frustrated. All these things are taken into place when you are designing the game. So that you feel that level of connection. That's what actually gets you back in the game when you find yourself back closing the game. When that, for that, use a technical term like retention, if you're able, if you feel at that point, you are not going to retain to anything. That's when you find yourself playing a game, you're like, what's at all is this? Then you just so you need a visual and then audio stuff. So this is where someone like an artist and then a sound designer comes in. Sound in its form carries or it conveys a greater sense of experience to the player when they are playing a game. So you find yourself start with some, maybe if it's just one looping song from any game at all, like that favorite game of yours, consider that there are songs like place rent free your head. Understand if it's a game like Angry Birds, it's Angry Birds like a music experience in your head, and you're like, you want to get out of your head, find yourself opening the game, and now you're calling yourself an addict. All of these things, like they are taking into careful consideration when they are coming up with a sound design. The visual field, when an artist takes out his brush to come up with some sort of visual field they want to pick from the game. If it's a horror game, how certain UI elements should look, how certain things should be placed in a scene to give you that sense of scale. You want to get that scale out of it. All of these things are taken into consideration, and then they are well implemented. We also go to the game world fiction. So what's the game world encompasses? So if it's more, you want to make a certain game about Ghana, or maybe the setting of the game is Ghana. Where exactly in Ghana you want it to? Because obviously you can't do the whole country in the game. So if it's just going to be in this block, then this whole building is going to be the world of the game. So maybe the levels would be each and every room over here. So this building over here will be termed as a world. Yes, so that's where exactly the player can appeal to. We put that into consideration. And for in a game like a horror game, it's really helps set the tone. You find that horror games that are set in very close spaces, they feel very scary compared to those ones that are set in very open spaces. For the close spaces, anything at all can just jump into your view. For the open space, you see it coming from afar and can probably take it down. Okay. So moving forward, really wish I'll fix this and sharing thing. I would like to share some visuals, but let's request the next slide. Next slide. Okay, so we would also want to talk about the monetization bits, how to make money from the game. Like I mentioned before, you wouldn't want to make a game, especially like at a huge production level, and they're not making anything. Obviously, you would have hired one or two people, and all of those folks will be like charging. Even if it's something as small as a graphic design, the graphic designer will into it will pay. If it sounds, if you're going to do this online, most of these sites will pay. All of those things are not if you one or the other, like one way or the other, want to make your money back. If after all that you feel like you want to go about making your game free, like anyone at all can just go to the Play Store, App Store, and then just download the game. You also have the option to include something like ads. So you will play the game and start an ad box somewhere like that. What's an adverts I watch on screen? That's how they are making their money. So you have to like understand why exactly is what they, because they want to pay up front for the game. You want to experience the game. That's the only way you can generate income. So you take all of these things into consideration. Even with the ads, you have to be very careful with how you go about it. You can't just be splashing ads wherever like the player goes. If they click there's an ad, if they click the level, there's an ad, you just throw them out. So you have to be very careful and strategic with how you play the ads. Maybe you can go in for a reward kind of field. Maybe watch ads to get extra coins, watch ads to get this layer, so on and so forth. You also have to consider the platforms for your game. Whether it's going to be PC or mobile. If it's going to be tablets or phone, 2D or 3D. So gentleman over here spoke about 2D and 3D games. Basically, the 3D games, you can only see things from the side. You can't see the full body. The 3D, you can basically rotate around them. They already have a camera view around the environment, dark things, granted, FIFA, so on and so forth. They are 3D games. So you would also want to consider the engine that you be using, that's the technology. For the engine, you have tools like Unity and Unreal, Godot, so on and so forth, like lots of tools out there that are have made available for people to actually make games from or games with. So it's most of these engines very need to like or not. You can just drag and drop whatever, and then you are good to go. You also have to consider how long it's going to take to make your products. And you have to remember that a game in its basic form is still a product. So whatever you go about, like the creation of any product at all, you also treat a game as such. So how big the team is going to be, how long is it going to be playable? So this part, how long is the game going to be playable? Not every game is meant to be played for a year. Some games their lifespan is going to be a week. Most all the companies are like make these games that are very aware of what they are creating, and they make provisions for everything, including how they are going to make their money back, even from that week. So if they've spent $1 million making that game, and they know that the lifespan of the game is going to be for a week, they carefully strategize how they are going to pay that money back from you, the person downloading it. So those very short lifespan games, you find yourself that maybe you download them for a year or two, you are addicted, but after some time, like it becomes boring, and then it gets those who created them are very aware of what they are creating. So it's not like, okay, if you have it for longer, they're going to get more money, but if they lose you, they've already made plans for that. If you also intend on making your game last for years, you know you have lots of work. So a game like Grand Theft, like our chairman mentioned, they actually sat down to plan the experiences you feel after everything, even how you move and all of that. It's carefully like planned, and it takes a lot of resources, a lot of energy. But in the long run, they make it possible for you to, even after 20 years, be able to play the game, and you feel the same kind of experience. Yeah. Okay, that's why it's mentioning road rash. All right, so next slide. Okay, so we will have to also look at your detailed game system design. So this is where you get a bit technical with things. So you would want to take a good look at some core loops for your game. So how does your player and the world interact for whoever that is playing a game to go and then come back to the game again? You have to like put these things into consideration. So maybe if you are creating a PR game, it's like something you are doing quickly for a player. So some PR games, you can actually move around the world, maybe with your goggles, and then you can pick up this microphone. And then it actually feels like you're playing it. When you actually play your palms, you see that your palms are playing in the PR space. You can put it down. All of that. Some games, maybe you actually move to somewhere there, like there's a health over here. And then when you stand on it, you actually pick it. You don't actually need to bend down to pick it. It's all documented or it's all designed. So it's very intentional. It's not like you're feeling dizzy, but it's intentional. That's what they intended. If they don't say the players to actually take down and take whatever they are doing, they would have done that. You see that some of the games to some doors, when you reach there, then they don't automatically do things. You don't have to play continually passing to pick the door. A game like Grand Theft, when you get to the door, the player automatically opens the door, and then they slide it. Same way, if they want to enter a car, you can actually have to click a button or press a button before the door opens. All of that is very intentional. You also have to take into consideration the objectives and the progression of the game. So, what are the players' objectives? I will be showing you a game like soon in this same presentation. You will see all of these things actually. But okay. All right, then let me just move. Instead of my character myself, so let me just move to the game. Kindly move. I think this is a game. All right, so this is Sweep. It's a hyper casual game like we worked on. So I was actually like the programmer for this game. And it's what they It's one of those games that it's not supposed to last for a year. If you want to, if you the player wants to play for a year, that's totally up to you. But what we intended to make to do with this game was to teach the African society like some of their symbols. It's basically a symbol game. So it's a hyper-casual further space game where you actually try to avoid obstacles and then stay alive for as long as you can. It's a 2D based game. So every obstacle is in the game is a symbol, either from it's symbols basically from different parts of Africa, but you find that most of the symbols are from Ghana. And whenever you collide with them or whenever you hit a symbol, you can actually read about it. So although we wanted to teach the players or people out there about these forgotten symbols, what the grass symbols are all about, all of that, but we didn't want to go with some sort of boring approach where like it's like an app where you put in there and then you are sliding, not towards this one. You slide over this one. No, we wanted it to be a bit interactive. So we went with an interactive approach. So next slide. Yes, it's currently on the App Store and the Play Store. So when you go there and search for Sweep, you'll find it. So if you look at the unique selling points I mentioned for the game, you have our unique selling points are the representation of the African culture through masks, symbols, and patterns mixed with survival elements. So if you take a good look, obviously your phone will have a better display than this, but the backgrounds are patterns. So patterns, we wanted to go with some form of feel of a kente clothes where like when the weavers, they use a shuttle. So when they are weaving the kente clothes, it goes like left, right. So that's the constant movements of the player from left to right. And all you do is just tap and then move up. And we are moving through these patterns. Whenever you activate your power up, the patterns actually grow up and then you are invincible for a certain amount of time. Yeah. So we also included some masks from different parts of the world. So not just Africa. This is a tiki mask. So for those who have seen a cartoon like Madagascar before, you have probably sampled something like this. We just wanted to explore a bit with what we could do with the game, while still being educative enough. The player is set in a 2D environment, and you are basically a ball trying to stay alive for as long as possible, whilst swerving through obstacles. So as you can see, but it is an example of you activating your power. You can see how the patterns grew up in the background. Moving forward, you can even see some kente patterns, so on and so forth. Even the patterns our lady over there is wearing, you can see some visually represented in the game. So we just wanted to explore a bit with what Africa was all about, whilst remaining as simple as possible. We didn't want to go into like something very basic. Next slide. So with the game was, like I said, Sweep isn't trying to be too ambitious. Okay, we just try to stay as simple as possible. So the game world is set in a 2D environment where they are trying to avoid obstacles, just have your strings move up. So you're currently moving, you're always like moving left to right. Like that's the game. You're always moving left to right. The only way you can move up is just tap. And then you just have to kind of movements to make sure that you don't hit an obstacle. I think we skipped one slide for. No, please move back like 2 slides. Okay, yes, thank you. So the core loops of the game, as you can see, like there's a very simple diagram for the core loop. Again, like I mentioned earlier, this isn't trying to be one of those games that lasts for 7 years. Actually, if something like a week is more reasonable for someone to have explored everything about the game whilst having fun. So the core loop of the game is to play, you succeed, you improve based on what you were able to do before, and then you play a game. So depending on how you group, you either fail or you succeed. You succeed by probably defeating bosses and then staying afloat as long as you can. And there's also a leaderboard, so you can see your scores much like in people. I think after every month, the leaderboard is resets and you get reports for participating. And moving forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so the target audience for the game is basically everyone at home can play the game. A kid can play the game after the game. The grown-up can play the game after the game. But it's basically targeted to more people like casual gamers. So people who like to play games casually. Maybe you're feeling bored, you're on a long road trip and you just want to pick up something and everything. You want to just pick something up and then relax. It's not going to be one of those games where it's story driven, you have the story to follow. No, just pick the game and play and fix it. That's the core idea behind the game. Next slide. So this is going to be for something like an investor or someone who is very interested in the technical roadmap of the game. So you could see our initial release, what we spent our time over. If we release the game this year, so from January to this month, what we've been working on. This is just a simple graph. So maybe if you are trying to present your game to someone, but it's not what we've done so far is not technical I'm showing here. So if you, for example, we are working on a game design document, you would want to show the person are presenting to a roadmap. So maybe I want to use this month to come up with an idea or a logic for the game. I want to use next month to start recruiting people. I want to use the 20 months after, or maybe the next 3 months to begin development, and then we'll be doing research with that. So you would lay down a roadmap like this and your plans for whatever projects you are working on. This really helps a lot when you are trying to get investors or someone to put in money into what you are doing. It gives them some sort of confidence that you know what you are about and you know what you are doing. Not anyone at all just give you money down to put it into this project or whatever. And you can see that most of these games abroad, they get millions and millions of investments. Basically, this is what they show, something like this is what they show to anyone who is interested, and then they get their investments. So I think this is going to be the last slide. And sorry about the technical hiccups. I wanted to just show a thing or two, but I'll leave a link to what I prepared for you guys so that you have a good look at it. Any questions would be appreciated.
Already have forgive me. We'll come back to it. We'll come, don't worry.
Robert, I love the way you put it to the whole game design. Some extent, I think I relate to on several grounds. I tried working in Unity. I got a lot of fun with that stuff. But from the place of passion and the incorporation of the whole psychology as well as the real-time experience of the game, making it alive without information, that's really exciting. I want to try it again. I think I want to try it again. But from the work experience that you put into the place, my concern is how then do you literally make money? Is it based on the whole Google AdSense or ad word arrangement where you have to do, for example, there are Google classes which allow for different developer styles to maybe monetize their games through Google AI, or you will have to deliberately advertise and monetize your game like as an individual developer inside of Google or other stuff.
So for our game, who has AdSense or AdMob? It's basically a simple plugin that you put in there. Like, hey, we after this level, after this number of deaths, or after this, play an ad or do this. So it's basically to sell players ads. We also have in-app purchases where players can customize their players, their character in game, so on and so forth, and they make money. All those things don't like really fetch that much, although they do, especially when the game is getting this like a higher number of downloads. You also have to look at the marketing base of things. Like I said, the more people play a game, the more money you make. Just like a mini production or even a service like YouTube. So you make a video, you put out there, the more people watch, the more money you pay. For games, we also have the benefits of the doubt of something like an investor. So someone can actually see a product that you're working on in their life. They see a potential in what you are doing and they want to put this X amount of money into your projects to make it a reality so that maybe we have some revenue share. That's another nice way of making money from what you do. For a game that we're working on, like next month, we release Puzzle Scouts. I think you can also go to your stores and try it out. But what we wanted to do with that game is basically tell Ghanaian history or African history in an interactive way. So that game is a story-driven game. You play levels, you learn about the cultures of Africa, the history of Africa. I don't have my stuff on now. I've shown you how some of the levels look like. But basically, you have a fantasy map of Africa, where you have from the colonial era, the rise of Ashanti Empire, the independence square, all of that, the shooting of the ex-servicemen, all of them like basically laid out in the game, and you are moving to an investor from South Africa saw the game, or no, Orange Africa, if you know Orange. Yeah. So they are Arabian, I think. And they saw the game and they're like, wow, they feel like this has some crazy potential. And I can't mention the amounts they invested, like it's mind blowing. We didn't expect that amount from something like that. So things like that to help a lot when you are creating. So it will be released next month, so you can also be on the lookout by test. If you want to test that game out, you can check the App Store and the Play Store. You will see what the Puzzle Scouts.
Right. So, but before I ask my question, I would just like to state that just because we are learning about game doesn't mean that it doesn't have implication in other industries. So, for example, I'm making a comment. So, for example, in the healthcare, right? I think when I was still in medical school, Ohio State, right? They did a research and they actually made a version of Pac-Man. That one actually helped treat amblyopia. So amblyopia is people who have a squint. So like your eyes are not aligned. So they actually made a form of Pac-Man that the children can play and can actually help fix their squints.
So
and
yeah, I'm not cut you off, but I would like to just add to what you are saying. I couldn't like talk into details. I have just a specific topic to talk about, but adding to what she said, we worked with USA to make games like that. So we made a game like Hello Nurse. Hello Nurse was to teach health personnel everything relating to their work. So if you're a doctor, a nurse, whatever like doing the health or medical in the sector, there's a portion for you to be, and it's like a virtual walkthrough of your work. So you can actually play that game just like a flight simulator, which actually simulates a real flight and then learn whatever is in relation to your work.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm just stating that like it's relevant to your field. Maybe you haven't yet found an application for it, but you can find a way to drive a concept to or even fix something using games. So it's actually something that is very important. They gave the sweet game, right? This week was sweet game. And you have to go online or you can play it open.
Yeah, online is just to submit your high scores to see what other games. Okay, so my question is something. happy to have some interaction with Aaron. Sometime back. Actually, a better presentation of the gaming industry having to worth about $470 billion currently. So I want to find out more than that. It's more than that. Okay. So how is Letty Arts? What measures are you putting in place to tap into that particular that money target? Also, I'm happy to search for cancer on our store and I couldn't find it. Is there any way? Yeah, we are not working on it. So what you saw previously was a prototype to give you a few of what's on this one. So about what he said with the industry. The gaming industry or games in general are the most let me say, lucrative business you can find in the entertainment space. Games make money more than the highest grossing. If I tell you the amount of money the highest grossing game has made compared to the highest grossing movie, it's just marginal. Like, it's very marginal. A game like GTA 5 Grand Theft made over 3 billion in its first 24 hours, and the highest grossing movie has made something like $2 billion. That's of all time. I risk movie of all time. And that's just one game. There are games that have made like multi-billions over their whole lifetime. For how we are tapping into that, that's our mission here as let's say as in Africa. We wanted to bring that markets here into Africa, to understand, to make them know that we also have talents here who are able to who can actually tap into this kind of resource or actually bring out that kind of money games are doing for their countries and stuff like that. And we've done a good job at it. It hasn't been so easy because of how especially the studios you see out there making this millions and millions. They get support side from everywhere. But for okay, we are getting the support, but it's mostly from it's not so you see that but our influence also has been great outside. And if I show you the number of games that have made like Valorant, we have a character in Valorant who stage 3, Astra. So we are actually making that kind of impact in the abroad, but we are actually yet to do that here. What we are doing this month, next month, with Final South is to actually try to penetrate our market with the kind of content. The one thing is that we find the European guys more interested in what we do that. So that's one average element for us. But I think we'll get it.
So that question.
Or did you let's
make it count.
I'd like to ask, that one of the things, say something I think about is that normally when people are killing points, we send somebody the point to figure, and then people find it boring, right? So as a researcher, that's a problem to get into the field. So is there a way to gamify some of those points so that it's fun for people to feel?
So like I mentioned before, we've done like all of those things before. What you're saying, we've done something like that for Vodafone before. When we were releasing Vodafone Red. So for their users, we created this kind of game that they actually, you think they're just playing a game for fun, but we're actually learning from it. We are collecting data. So like Chairman mentioned, no, it's not, we will give you a consent that's allowed, like this what you are asking with whatever, and you agree to it. Now, and we make you aware of what you are collecting from it. So not to make it look so stale and boring, because it was a lot of things you needed to do. So at the end of the experience, we are giving what you actually submitted. They're like, okay, you can prove of it, and then it's good. So once you think you are playing, you're actually collecting certain bits, or we try to trace your pattern as to how you play the games. Like what our lady mentioned about how people play games to fix their eyes and all that. Games tell a lot about an individual.
So last I want to understand that how much does it cost on average to develop a game, and what kind of revenue you get per game? And also, do you develop game to improve database? Okay, and that's you work with an organization that has a database, and then you want to develop a game to improve those databases. And also, how easy are involvement in what you do? Yeah, it's very interesting things. How we be involved? Because I don't think we all want to get here and do the
So, first question, I may forget all the questions in there, but the first one was how much it will cost to make a game on average. And for something like Sweep, I did it as my own like leisure. So the free time I get from work, and then I use Sweep. So you can see the development cost of it is not much at all because I did it like I was free and then I did it. So I was like, I want to go to have this experience, and I put out there, and lo and behold, it's actually moving. So right now I even talked to this Apple Arcade. They saw the game and they are quite interested in the game. They feel like it's very unique and they want to put it as, they want to showcase it as one of their games on their store. So that's one way to go about it. But maybe if for something bigger, it can cost a lot more. But you have to, just like any product at all you work on, you have to now sit down and then come up with whatever you want to spend on that product. So if you want to spend something like $1,000 on a game, you would now have to strategize on how you manage your resources for that game. Okay, so it's totally up to you and how you want or the game. The type of game will determine the amount of money you spend. So a game like your favorite game, what's your favorite game? Mobile game. Candy Crush. Okay, let's say Candy Crush. Candy Crush can cost as about, let's say in cities, let me say I'll charge for something like 5,000 Ghana cedis for a complete remake of Candy Crush. Yes. I'm saying so it depends on who, and it also depends on like who is going to work on them. Okay, so for Carlos Scouts, a game I worked on last year, web game. That game sold for about like 5,000 US dollars, yes, $5,000. So that's the amount of money they wanted to put into that project. So let's say that's my base project because I think the other ones have. So I think $5,000 would be a good average.
So that's no question. Let's go.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think I did once.
Okay.
So I think it's not a big deal. And I think to want the other parts of the presentation. And I want to really congratulate you for what you are doing. 2 questions. And for those of us who grew in the 80s, early 80s and probably beyond, we came to meet some, childhood games. Like Lulu, Campana, and a good number of them. I am an author. I've been able to put some of these games in writing, a series of them that I have done. So probably it's a project that I'm embarking on so that we can, keep some of these things in memory and also project sensitivities about some of these activities. As a gamer, do you do things like that? The certain local games that were created with, have you been able to conceptualize these things into? Because I like the idea of doing the Ghanaian history, our political history portions of it, but the local games like
we have a lot of them out there. If you search even at Play Store, you find over 30, you find Dummy. All of those games are out there. But that's the engagements with them are very low. Maybe that's why you haven't said about it. But for the ones that are not out there, you can come to us and then we can make it a reality. We've had an author to come to us for a game was making out of his book. Like I wanted to make it digital, so do things like that. The lady said asked a question. She spoke about how to involve each and every one. So, like I said, a game is a product that encompasses like all these different like professional studies. So, something like banking and finances, we need someone to manage the money that comes like for a game, marketing, like all these fields I can think of, even fashion. You can let me just like take the screen. I don't know, but if you can see the costumes these guys are wearing, this is something a fashion designer like came up with. Moving back, that's our version of fantasy over here, like in some Steve King people. All of these things are made by a fashion designer. So there's no like job too small that can't be included in a game. So any job at all, even psychology can be medicine. We make a medical game so as well. So illness, so on and so forth. A game like FIFA, you actually need footballers to come to your studio to pose and all of that. So even football that requires a field, they put that into it. So no job at all can do anything.
Okay, so
Last week, please have you been able to come out with any African curriculum for kids to be able to learn game, as an academic basis?
So we have a school, the STEAM Academy. We teach kids from age 5 to 17, game design, game development, all of that. We have institutions that we partner with to make that a reality. So you can contact me and then we'll get that working. But we have a school for that. And we have it virtually in person. Person is I think that head of it. But virtually we if you want it virtually, so we can set up with you. If you want to join it, the whole class, or you want it one-on-one. So do things like that.
So you know what, he's still around, we can let's have that directly. So that we can make with the next speaker is around. But we have to go for that. So Robinson. Yeah, maybe we'll go for how can we I'm sure there are
Those are like mentioned like programs. Ribena is one of our interns. So
okay.
We also have internship programs.
So great. So we'll engage you and then we'll take it up. So thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. The next speaker is in, the time is 4:02. So please, let's make it. Then we come out. Let's see then. Sorry.